The top 15 players will cash in a total prize pool of $33,000 plus. We've got some very exciting action. We're very happy about the turnout. Lots of great players have come through in the last day and today to try to win big at the Poker Brat Classic. Later on tonight, we will have Chris Hansen of Poker Night in America to commentate on our final table. And let me back it up a bit. First place of this tournament will bring home $9,000. Repeat that, $9,000. This is definitely a very big tournament here at the Windbreak. On our feature table, which you're seeing right now, we have Anthony Michael with a chip stack of $295,000. He is out of Grand Forks, North Dakota. We have Don Drummond out of Fargo with $365K. Masaki Ova out of Jamestown, North Dakota. He's had a chip stack starting on this feature table with $250,000 in chips. Ben Schur is in the 4th seat. He's the chip leader, I believe. No, 2nd place with $1.3 million. He came all the way from Minneapolis, Minnesota to come and play. In the 5th seat, we have Adam Lasky out of Fargo, North Dakota. He's got a chip stack of $360,000. Next, we have Dale Folliber. He's out of Wilton, South Dakota. Thanks for making that drive, Dale. And he's got a chip stack of $675,000. Next in seat 7, we have Jerome Getz out of Alexandria, Minnesota. The chip stack of $300K. In the 8th position, we have Vincent Anensen with $120,000. He is out of Thief River Falls, Minnesota. And anchoring our table in the 9th position, we have Jeremy Schultz out of Fargo, North Dakota. And he's got a starting chip stack on this feature table of $1.5 million. He is the chip leader on our feature table and potentially the tournament. So enjoy watching our amazing players here. We are over at the Windbreak right now, so if you want to stop in, you're watching this live, and you want to see it happen with your own eyes, come on down to the Windbreak. I'm sure this tournament will be running for another few hours. Poker Brat Classic is what it's called. Thank you for tuning in.
Same guys. Jack 10 versus King. Player survives. All in has been declared.
gonna do them all. And it was after 30, 45 seconds after the start with this one. Otherwise, when you log in,
20 to go.
if you don't, right, they get notified when they start. Well, but yeah, and then they have more checker.
Well, I figured why everything was over here.
Yeah.
10 to go. Optional. Heads up.
Yeah, not again. Yeah, we weren't, it's all good though, but it is up, right? Yeah. Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I suppose I can just put on here. And I can just go right. Would you like to try? Yeah. I can do it. Read it, over here, guys. Oh, good. That's why we love this.
Does that work better, Gus?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. No, I'm not objecting.
20 to go. Let's go to 80.
I'd sure like to. I would sure like to. What was that? Wait, what was that? All right, come on. Come on. Couldn't help but laugh. What did I hear? Oh, funny. That's all right. I can take it all in stride. I've done some of the stupidest things. No, no, that was funny. It was funny. Yeah, wow. That's the nicest thing anybody's ever said.
Let's go to 55.
Nice find.
Go. Heads up.
The door was open. Yeah. Great, keep playing well. Probably not out of position. Oh, you know what? As long as I know 9-4 is good.
65.
That's what you want. Put that 7-3 back in there.
Call. Fold. Fold. Raise to 100,000. Fold.
Why would you? They'll put it on Facebook. Yeah, Joe, probably get censored.
Fold. 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 80 to go, sir. Clear calls. Heads up. Check. Check. Batch 100,000. Call. All in has been declared. Should be 390.
All in has been declared. All in call.
390.
Wait, what? Tens and tens? I had fours. I'm shy there, all used up. Come on, throw a 4 out there. Show me I did it wrong. Come on. Throw a 4 out there. No. Throw a 3 and a 5 out there. No. Throw a 4 out there. No. There you go. Here's 20,000 each way. Nice hands. Wow. Tens and tens, huh?
All in and call.
Nice hands, guys.
Jesus.
Three full sixes.
I know.
Players fives. I gave you the 10.
I'm really hoping for shitty cards for the rest of the night.
Just hold it. I gotta play.
Yep, you did that one right.
I need your next big blind. Hit and run, sir.
20 and 20. Player 1 is leaving. Seat 1. Correct.
Can I have that seat then?
Look, sir. 20 to go. All in has been declared. Fold, 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 fold. Fold. Thank you.
Good girl. Girl, I've been up. Rest of it, when you come back to work.
No.
Fold.
Stay healthy.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
I don't know. But I think
Raise actions at 50,000. Fold, fold. Pack, do you want me to declare a seat as well as they make their action?
What's that?
Do you want me to declare the seat with the action?
I think you're fine with just the action for now.
Do you want every action of every fold like that?
No.
Just when the action happens?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're doing fine.
To go.
Okay.
Actions at 50,000.
Yeah. He's like my.
I'm like, you need to plan it.
Call. $40 to go. Call. 3 players. Check. Check. All in has been declared. Call. Aces
You got me killed.
versus
Looks like
threes.
There's a runner on you. No. Good game.
Clear down.
Good luck, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Was that Vincent that went out?
No, that was Jerome.
Jerome?
Leave that there. Thank you. I just leave it there. Am I getting this back?
Yep, let's go.
Perfect. I don't even care how the rest of the tournament goes. No, you're not, no.
I'm not, no what?
You're not putting
20
me
to go.
here
Yeah?
with all these guys with all these chips.
Welcome to the table,
I
Tom.
got an ante.
Nothing but trouble over here, huh?
When you're gonna put me right in the big blind?
I know.
You gotta keep your drink off the table too,
Oh,
sir.
shit, sorry, Matt.
How about I put it in my mouth and you just be quiet?
It's for sure that's not the first time you said that to a guy.
Wow, I like this table.
Is that gonna
Oh,
make the live stream?
man, oh
Raise has
man.
been declared.
Good grief. Wow. Huh.
Let's go to
Apparently the
65,000.
cameras aren't rolling because you can't say that, right?
Shots fired.
Cameras are rolling. If you want to watch your language, that'd be great. Dana.
Did you hear what he just
I just
said?
said shots fired.
Honest to be.
Before that.
I'm almost embarrassed, but I'm not. Good Lord.
65 total.
I feel bad for you that you can say that and it doesn't even bother you.
Not even a little bit.
I
From
love you.
Fergus
I
time.
love you.
Everyone folds.
So now I get in the big line for 4 and 4.
4D and 4D, yeah.
Well, 4 chips. At this point, it's 4D and 4D. I got double Ds, but I don't have 4Ds. There, take them. Take them. I don't care. You can't scare me.
It's not you though. So,
Huh?
the button is here.
Oh, can I live straddle? Look at that, he gave them back to me.
You could live bet in the dark, yes.
Or I can live straddle in the dark long before you were born. Oh, we're talking poker, sorry. All right, I'm sorry. It's done.
Your
Cameras
beer
aren't
can't be
rolling.
on the table, sir.
It isn't a, oh, God. You know,
You were putting it in your
I
mouth.
don't know. I used to like you. It's all right. I'll get over it.
He used to like, he still does.
Yeah, I know. We like each other.
20 to go, sir.
Grrr. Am I supposed to be? No, we're not that. We're not.
Yeah,
that
you have to
yet.
put them in there.
Are we still are we doing that? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know we were, because I haven't looked at it. Okay, I did it. Then I can quit.
Dealers, this will be your last hand at this level, and then your blinds will be going up to 1530.
I thought she was announcing it. Oh, and under the gun has pocket
20 to
kings.
go, sir.
Yeah.
Clear, folks.
I did not know we were doing the televised thing.
Oh, yeah, that's the whole works.
Oh, yeah, the whole meal deal.
The next blind level is going to 40 minutes. Going back to 20 minutes.
Oh, we gotta go home eventually.
All right, dealers, your blind should be
Raise
15,
actions at
30 with a
16,000.
30K ante.
The blinds have changed.
30 and
The
30.
small blind is 15,000,
That's
and the
getting
big blind is
serious.
30,000.
30 and 30, when you only got 60 is serious.
Clear, folks.
Wow, so I get to be 30 and 30? Huh. What do you suppose my next move is?
No words from the peanut gallery.
Thank you.
I don't
Put
know
my
how
blinds
literally,
up.
I don't know how
Everybody,
literally
you know,
you need it, but
everybody likes a little ass, but nobody likes a smart ass. There you go.
old age, you just kind of lose a little bit.
Good Lord. Wowzers. It doesn't matter. 125, 130, 134. Yeah. And what, 2.5 blinds? Perfect.
30 to go.
Keep folding. I have no problem with ace jack suit. I knew it.
Raise, actions at 70,000. Call. 40 to go, sir.
40. I thought it was at 100. only 70,000.
No, just 70.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, just 70.
Only 70?
I got it.
70.
Both the SDIs.
Crappy hand raised and reversed in front of.
Fire folks. Heads up.
Oh, well.
Actions at 80,000. Race has been declared. Actions at 250. Fire folks.
Yep, we're good. Okay. Ooh, that is You got moved to this table, didn't you?
Tom did, yes.
Tom did? Okay.
Tom from Fergus Falls.
Tom, do you have a last name or no?
You have.
No, just.
He's on the list.
I got this one.
I'm sure what?
You can pull back.
Brimhall, right?
Brimhall, B-R-I-M, just like it sounds, H-A-L-L, just like it sounds. What am I supposed to put on?
15.
15? Oh, I was trying to, live travel.
And we lost player 1 and 8. Does work 10? We did have 10. Oh, yeah, I want 10. No, 9. This one had 10 never.
30 to go.
Yeah, this one's had 10.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting I'm supposed to be showing this.
Right. Raise. Actions at 75,000. Call.
Dumb game. God, I hate this game.
Heads up. Check. 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 100,000 is the bet. Raise, actions at 250. Fire folks.
Feel good. Bye bye. Thank you, Jesus. My only hope.
30 to them. All in has been declared.
For those of you just joining us, we are live at the Dakota Poker Tour's Poker Brat Classic at the Windbreak. Just a little update on the field. We are down to 21 players, so we are 3 away from being in the money, which I'm sure everyone is excited about. Joining us on the 7th seat is Tom Brimhall of Fergus Falls, Minnesota. Welcome to the feature table, Tom.
Players hold.
We do have Player of the Year standings in the Dakota Poker Tour. Currently, the top 3, we do have Eric Johnson with 9,450 points on the season. This is a continuation from last year. Obviously, since 2020 was a down year. In second place with 7,695 total points is Brandon Dosh. And in third place, we have Cody Slusher with 7,600 points. With a win today, whoever wins today could be in the top 5 players or even take down first place in the Player of the Year standings. Also want to take an opportunity to thank our sponsors, some of them, Randy's Diner and the Windbreak. Thank you very much. You allow us to do with your sponsorship to bring in new tables and to bring you this live production, live streaming, and all the bells and whistles that it takes to put on a good poker tournament. Also want to let you know about some of our upcoming events. Next Sunday, March 7th, we will be out at Crossroads Tavern in Bismarck, North Dakota for the Ante-Up Poker Tournament. And then the following Sunday, March 14th, we will be out at the Buff Bar in Jamestown for the Buffalo City Showdown. About a month after that, on Sunday, April 10th, a one-day tournament will be all the way up in Tioga, North Dakota at Poor Decisions. And the following Saturday, we'll be at Fat Fish in Dickinson, North Dakota. And then our first tournament in May, on May 1st, we will be over at the Valley City Eagles Club for the Eagle Eye Tournament. Once again, you are watching the Dakota Poker Tour Season 10 restart with the Poker Brat Classic at the Windbreak. Our prize pool is $33,000+ with first place taking home $9,000.
All right, tournament players, after the completion of this hand, please hold up. We will be on hand-for-hand play. We have reached your money bubble.
Just hearing an update, we'll be on hand-for-hand play coming up after this next set of hands. So the tension is rising in the room. Obviously, no one wants to be one of the next 3 players kicked out. They would have just missed the money. So I imagine we're going to start seeing in the field people playing a little bit tighter, wanting to make sure they cash in the restart of our Dakota Poker Tour. In about an hour, we'll be having the legend Chris Hansen of Poker Night in America to commentate on our final table. And now is definitely the time where some of those smaller chip stacks are going to be looking to make a move, hoping to double up, triple up, make it past into the money.
All in has been declared.
How cold you are when you hold every hand and none of them hit. I mean, there's lots of none of it.
It's running bad when even the cards you fold.
Right. Every once in a while you take a little.
And it looks like we are seeing Ben Schur go all in.
So far today, that is not.
50, 75.
said I was 8th in chips when we got done yesterday, but all I did was
Let's see if Ben can hold on and
it happens.
double up and survive.
Player folds.
And there's no takers.
Wait, now, what are we? We're not at the bubble yet. What'd you say?
Yes, we are at the money.
Hand is over.
We're at the bubble?
Hand for hand.
Do I have to be that guy?
I don't know.
I suppose I do. God damn it, I
And also
suppose
like
I
to
do.
shout out to all of our Dakota Poker Tour dealers, everyone who's helped run these tournaments, make them smooth, and just be all around great dealers. Good interaction with the players,
Wait
friendly.
a minute, what do I want you to do?
It's all right. Hold on.
Right now we're featuring Matt
Wait, are we
Jensen
on
at our
TV?
feature table.
Alright, stop.
Last year, Matt Jensen took down the tournament over at M&J Saloon,
No, it won't take you 15 minutes to know. I'll
taking
let you
first
pull it
place.
out.
30 to go.
Certainly good to see him win some money.
I'm an excellent player. I've been doing it most of my life. I'm getting pretty good at it.
Whoa.
I'm not
Whoa.
gonna. Whoa!
Poker
Don't
table.
say that in front of me. Don't tell me about pulling it out. It ain't gonna happen. All right, we are on TV. Well, you guys are. I'm not.
Raise actions at 80,000.
You guys bet 80,000 like it's nothing. Could you kind of force maybe
Clear
make
full.
somebody go out on one of those?
Thank
other
you.
things?
Expose it's the pocket tens.
Because it's coming up to me and it's getting to, oh man, we're still on the bubble. Oh, guess what? Guess what? Oh my good lord. 10 and 20 and 20 and 20 and 20 and 20 and 40 and 20 and I suppose if I just call it won't scare anybody. I suppose if I go all in it won't scare anybody either. Ah, alright.
You might as well go in now. Right
In the dark.
Your
You know,
blinds
I think
get
you're
there
right.
to
I
save
think
some
you're
face.
right.
Then they don't have to say you got blinded out on TV.
Right, and then you can't say, well, you went on a shitty hand because I don't even know what I got yet. I think you're right. Bite me.
Thank you.
It's probably my best option, but you know, I'll stick around. Here I go, bubble boy.
30 to go, sir.
Here I go. I love it when he calls me sir. Jeez, you can at least give me a chance.
Player folds.
Yeah, player folds.
Player
No, I
folds.
folded, not the player.
Player folds.
Oh, God. Goodness sakes.
Raise actions at 75,000. Player folds.
Players have gone out since we last spoke. So the top 18, earlier I said the top 15 get paid out. The top 18 players get paid out. So once we break down to 2 full tables, we will have everyone in the money. Certainly going through a 2-day tournament, you've spent all this time trying to grind away and play your hands and play good poker to make that money. So obviously no one, the last player, you don't want to be the one player in the bubble to go out here.
Actions at 75,000. Player folds.
Well,
Once again, we are going hand for hand right now.
and
Because we are on the bubble.
Gosh.
19 players remaining.
Say nice words only.
Yes. Or the action like ball pulling.
Yep.
Would you knock somebody else so I don't have to be the bubble boy? Please? Yeah, well, okay. I'm the bubble boy. Everybody give me a round of applause. Oh, I keep forgetting. Can I look first?
30 to go.
I can look first and then.
Our blind level right now is at 15, 30, 30, which means we do have a big blind ante in place. So 15K, 30K, and 30K for the big blind to ante in. We are in hand-for-hand action on the bubble here at the Poker Brat Classic at the Windbreak in Fargo, North Dakota.
Raise. Actions at 75,000. Player folds. Small blind folds.
I heard an all in.
45,000 to call, sir. All in has been declared.
We do have an all-in on the
All
table.
has been declared.
And a call.
King, king.
Oh, really? Jeez,
All in and call.
I thought the blind there had a good hand. Throw a 10 out there.
10-10.
You can do it. Good hand.
Looks like our kings are all in.
Give me hold. Nah, we'll throw a 5 out there and I'll chop it. I'm okay with that. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
And our
Thank you
all
very
in
much.
survives. He is not the bubble boy.
Woo. I gotta go to the bathroom. Yikes. I'd like to apologize, but I'm not going to. We didn't lose anybody? Tens and the, fours. I thought there was a good hand.
Just had a great view
Good
of
hand. Sorry
Tom's
about
leather
that.
jacket there.
I'm not.
He is the one who survived the all-in. He's probably going to be looking at going in all in on the
That's my one
whenever he
time
finds
right there.
a next decent hand.
Goodness sakes.
Looks like his chip stack has been whittled down.
We're still on the bubble? What the hell?
Yeah, you ruined that. You won.
Yeah, I know. I
In
went
about
out
an
on the
hour, we'll
tens
be
against
looking
kings,
forward
and we
to
went
Chris
3,
Hansen
4,
of
5,
Poker Night in
6, 7
America
on the
to
board.
commentate
Oh,
on our final table.
Huh.
All man.
I know, it was all me. I know.
all skill,
I
right,
know.
Tom?
I know. What are we doing?
Thank you.
Oh, we're going. I'm sorry. I think we're going there. I thought maybe the clock stopped and I missed something.
Oh, they didn't stop the clock. It's been running the last 20 minutes.
30,000 to go.
Nice run out. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whew.
Player folds. Player folds. Player folds. Raise. Actions at 85,000.
Well, see if I can still be the bubble boy. Not with that.
Dealer button folds.
Not with that.
Small blind folds. Big blind folds. Do we put their cards on the line?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I apologize. These rules keep changing. All right.
Once again, thank you for tuning in. This is the continuation of Season 10 of the Dakota Poker Tour. We are at the Windbreak for the Poker Brat Classic.
I did that on a cruise ship. No, it was Charlie.
It'd be an interesting opportunity to try once, and they say you don't have to try it again.
It was essentially online poker with fun of meeting other people.
Oh, guys, do remember that the live, the camera pick up mics. So, don't swear. Say anything stupid.
I say a lot of stuff.
We've got Tom.
Well, you know, keep it clean.
Anyone have open warrants?
Yes,
Let's all share a social security number.
Big action on table 3.
1.6 million.
I don't know. That's great. They're having fun. Adam.
We are hand for hand right
Dealers,
now.
hold up. We have found our final 18.
And I played those stupid video poker machines, and I paid for my way into the tournament and the rebuy with the poker machines. I'm playing for nothing anyway.
Welcome to the table, sir.
And once again, we are down to 2 tables. Everyone that is playing right now is in the money. That is 19 total players. Have a large prize pool. This tournament to
And
$33,000.
congratulations, all players. You have now
Be
made the
looking
money.
forward to Chris Hansen coming and
$500.
Poker Night in America coming to commentate on our feature table.
Take a break after all that action.
And while we are moving players around, once again, I'd like to thank some of our sponsors and go over some upcoming events. Thank you to Randy's Diner in the Windbreak for your sponsorships. Allows us to get new tables and buy some of the cool equipment we get to use to put on these full productions and create an amazing atmosphere for our poker players to play in. In our upcoming events, DPT Season X continues next weekend on Sunday, March 7th at Crossroads Tavern in Bismarck, North Dakota for the Ante-Up Poker Tournament. Then the following Sunday on March 14th, we will be at the Buff Bar in Jamestown, North Dakota for the Buffalo City Showdown.
300, 600.
On Sunday, April 10th,
Good luck,
we
players.
are
Dealer
coming
coming in.
to you, Tioga, at Poor Decisions for a one-day poker tournament there. And then on Saturday, April 18th, another one-day tournament at the Fat Fish Brewery in Dickinson, North Dakota. And our latest scheduled event is on Saturday, May 1st, another one-day tournament in Valley City at the Eagles Club for the Eagle Eye Tournament.
I'm being sent home. Congratulations, everybody, on the money, and we'll
Thank
see
you.
on the live stream.
You're my favorite dealer.
It's a love-hate relationship, I guess.
Yeah, usually I hate you, but you are my favorite.
All right, dealers, if you're ready, your blinds are 15-3. Shuffle up and deal.
Oh, that's right. We gotta put it on the thing. You ever been far enough where you can actually show your cards?
Oh, look, we can see it.
Oh, that wouldn't help me. That's the bad part. If you
There
all
is some that
showed
could
your
see.
cards, it wouldn't help me.
And we are continuing our action here at the Windbreak for our Poker Brat Classic. We are all in the money. Just heard a call for an
Put
all-in.
them back on there so everybody can see I have quads. What is it? 125, 132,000.
32, 135.
Go away. Just go away.
160,000.
Oh, really? I didn't know. It doesn't matter. I'm short stacked. I know. I guess at this point is where I'm supposed to stand up and say, okay, I was the last guy, but at least I cashed. All in or small? Oh, I got you crushed.
Do have an all-in and a call. Tom
Come
Brimhall.
on, baby. We got 200, 300, 350. I might be chipped.
We have a couple new players at the table in seat position 1. We have Michael Fouts. And in seat 8, we have James Wilson. Welcome players to the feature table of the Poker Brat Classic at the Windbreak.
Oh, that's right. I'm not supposed to bend them. They don't like that. These cards have sensors in them, don't they?
Gonna do a little camera readjustment here. Make sure we get all of our players' beautiful faces in there. I believe our blinds are still 15-30 with a big blind ante of 30,000.
Yeah, couldn't they, if they showed these on the, wouldn't that make it easier? That probably wouldn't be me.
Take a lot of fun out of the game, though, wouldn't it?
Certainly seems like a fun feature table as we got a couple chatty Cathys out there. It's always good to have a fun game to kind of keep the tension low. Just have fun out there while still playing some good poker. Sure, the remaining 18 players all took a big breath of relief once they heard the bubble player was out. Everyone's in the money. But of course, the goal is to win first place, take home $9,000. Especially want to be on top of your poker game. It sounds like we have an all-in and a call.
Throw a jack out there.
Ace Queen versus Ace Jack. Tom Brimhall is at stake here. He's 1 out and 1 out only. 3 outs. And with that, Tom Brimhall out of Fergus Falls will be knocked out of our tournament. Congratulations, Tom, on cashing. And congratulations to the rest of the players for surviving another player one step closer to that $9,000 first place prize. Certainly want to thank everyone who is tuning in on YouTube and Facebook. If If you are watching on YouTube or want to switch over there, please remember to like and subscribe so you can get updates to all of our future poker tournaments, and make sure you're in the know for any upcoming events and other exciting announcements we might have.
Are you surprised I called you with? You're probably surprised I called you with 25 grand.
If you're itching to play some poker, the DPT Season 10 Season X continues next weekend, March 7th on Sunday at Crossroads Tavern in Bismarck, North Dakota for the Ante-Up Poker Tournament. Hope it's a great turnout. Hopefully people come from far and wide. Certainly is going to be an exciting tournament. We will have our feature table and live stream at that tournament as well. So if you cannot join us live, we will be streaming for you to watch it in the comfort of your own home. We're excited to welcome Chris Hansen of Poker Night in America back into the commentary booth for our feature table, or our final table, rather. Should be making an appearance here within the next 40 minutes or so.
Holy call. Queen Jack. King Queen. King Queen's at rest and studying the lead. So the players is like always.
Looks like Dale Fowler has a gut shot straight jaw on him against James Wilson's Let's draw.
All in has been declared.
Let's see, for James to win this hand, he has 11 outs. So just under a fourth of the deck will allow him to scoop up the victory on this hand. And Dale wants nothing of it. Certainly not willing to risk his chip stack on some draws when you have no real hand yet. We started out this tournament yesterday with about 114 players. This is a monstrous field. We brought our prize pool with today's entrance. Our prize pool was over $33,000, with first place taking home $9,000. So certainly a tournament that every single one of these players is looking to take down. There's a lot of money on the line here. Good news for everyone left is they are all in the money. So even if you bust out now, you still feel good about taking home some cash here for the Windbreak Poker Brat Classic.
All in a call.
Do we have an all-in the call? Don Drummond's tournament life is at stake here. Jeremy Schultz calls with an offsuited big slick. Is at stake, and he is kicked out of the tournament. Jeremy Schultz grabs some more chips. So he's got to feel good to take someone out in any tournament, knowing your potential prize just went up that much more. Welcome and thank you to our YouTube and Facebook viewers. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button for all Dakota Poker Tour updates and live streams. We are seven-handed here at our feature table. Hopefully be getting an update on our field right now and how number of players we have left. About 20 minutes ago, we had knocked down to 18 players, knocked out the bubble person, and 18 players are cashing here today. So anyone that gets knocked out from here on out will be taking home a little bit of money. We had a prize pool of $33,000, so a little bit of money is actually quite a bit of money. like entering the player field, or the table, or feature table, is Cody Slusher. I believe he's out of Oaks, North Dakota. Cody Slusher, definitely no stranger to the Dakota Poker Tour and making it on feature tables and final tables. Our blind levels are 15K, 30, and a big blind ante of 30K. Certainly something to think about when you are short stacked. Yes, how many big blinds can you survive, and when is it time to go all in? Try to double up.
Is it okay to watch if I don't, you know?
We are live right now, coming to you live with the Dakota Poker Tour's Season X continuation with the Poker Brat Classic at the Windbreak in Fargo, North Dakota. I'd like to welcome all those who are maybe just joining us. Currently have 16 players remaining in the field. So with 16 players remaining, that means our 16th player will be taking home $500. 13th through 15th place will take home $600. 10th through 12th place will take home $700. 9th place takes home $900. 8th place $1,100. 7th place $1,300. 6th place will take home $1,600. 5th place takes home $2,100. 4th place takes home $2,800. 3rd $3,550, $3,550, and a nice little spike into 2nd place with $5,500. In 1st place, the coveted prize of $9,000.
All in has been declared.
Our action is continuing here. Season 10 of DPT, Dakota Poker Tour, continues with our Poker Brat Classic at the Windbreak live in Fargo, North Dakota. When we get down to our final table, we will welcome Chris Hansen into the commentary booth. Chris Hansen, obviously famously from Poker Night in America. those of you unfamiliar with poker tournaments in North Dakota, they are sponsored by a charity. Today's charity is the Northern Prairie Performing Arts, and they support the Fargo Theater, downtown Fargo. So certainly an amazing thing that we can do with these Dakota Poker Tour events is help support the local charities as well to raise money for the various causes that they support.
Only call. Jack 8, right back. Jack 8, the player.
Sounds like we have an all-in on the table. As we jump into this next hand, I'd like to thank and welcome all the viewers on YouTube and Facebook. If you are on YouTube or want to jump over there, please don't forget to like the video, subscribe, so you can get all the latest announcements and live action from the Dakota Poker Tour. Our Season X continues next Sunday. We'll be over at Crossroads Tavern in Bismarck, North Dakota. That will be next Sunday, March 7th, for the Ante-Up Poker Tournament. So certainly if you're in the Bismarck area or just dying for some more poker and willing to travel, come on out to Bismarck next Sunday, March 7th, at the Crossroads Tavern Bar in Bismarck, North Dakota, for the Ante-Up Poker Tournament. We did lose our 16th player, down to 15 left. So those finishing in 13th through 15th place will be looking at taking home $600. We have a potential for pretty crazy action here on the feature table. A couple of kings and fives on the board, and 3 players holding exactly those cards.
Attention players. This level will end in 1 minute.
Right, dealers, complete the hand that you are on. Your blinds will be up. Next hand. Your blinds will be 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 ante.
Sounds like our blind level will be going up next hand. It'll be 2040 with a 40,000 big blind ante. Certainly, if you are a short stack, it is time to make moves. Knowing you got to pony up 80,000 in chips when you are the big blind.
Right there. Thank you.
we'll be welcoming and are excited to welcome Chris Hansen of Poker Night in America to commentate on our final table.
Blinds are 20, 40, 40, guys.
Our chip denominations on the table right now. Those blue chips are 5,000. The yellow is 25,000, and you might see a few of those red chips out there. Those are indeed 100,000. Little reminder about Cody Slusher. Last year he took down our Monster Stack event for up in Grand Forks. Certainly a force to be reckoned with out here on the poker tables. We're certainly expecting Cody to make a run here at first place, which again would net him $9,000 for first prize. I'd like to thank all those who have tuned in and maybe welcome those who are just tuning in. This is the Dakota Poker Tour Season X continuation here at the Poker Brat Classic at the Windbreak in Fargo, North Dakota. I believe we are down to 15 players left. A field that started over 114 players. We have a total prize pool of just over $33,000. First place taking home $9,000. Once we get down to our final table, we'll welcome Chris Hansen of Poker Night in America back into the commentary booth. The top 18 players are the ones cashing here today. Just got an update from our tournament director, Dana Castaneda. She was a World Series of Poker bracelet winner, but we are down to 13 players left in the field. Certainly is exciting to see a bunch of new names making our feature table and left in the field. Obviously, one of those notables again is Cody Slusher from Oaks, North Dakota. He has a chance to make a big move in the Player of the Year race. He is currently in third place behind other Dakota Poker Tour champions, Eric Johnson and Brandon Dosh. Just a reminder that the Player of the Year earns a $1,500 World Series of Poker package. So on top of winning at each event, you come away in first place. You could find yourself in the World Series of Poker playing for a bracelet, which is always exciting. So a little bit more on the line, something else to think about as these players get whittled down. On top of the Player of the Year, we do have a Tournament of Champions, which is the winners from each event in Season X or Season 10. They will be invited to a special Tournament of Champions event.
It's important that it's not a bad relationship, at least keep a relationship.
Sounds like in the other table we have an all-in and a call, which has the potential to knock out our 12th player, our 13th player, rather.
And then number 5. Thank you, Mr.
All in?
If our 13th player is knocked out, they will receive $600, and that next earning spot between 10th and 12th place will be a total of $700. And obviously, as you cash further and further in the money, that prize goes up significantly. So I'm sure it's music to all the other players' ears as they hear player down, just like that, player down. And everyone feels a little bit better, making a little bit more money.
We have 5.
Figured you just slotted me. I'm trying another sneaky, which I didn't think. I knew I had him the way he thought.
Still, yeah, the blinds will be out. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They're at 6 and 5, so
Not that I
yeah.
care what you guys think about me, but that was the worst hand.
Yeah, they just lost the guy.
Sure. This is the worst hand I've raised it. Maybe there was a worse.
We're down to 11 players now. Just got an update from our tournament director. So once we get down to 9, we'll be jumping up to a $900 payout. 10th through 12th place will receive a $700 payout. will assure you that once we do get down to our final table, we will be having bet amounts, player stacks, the full production on here. Be able to see who folds, and definitely the cameras will be following the players a bit better. And certainly after over a year break of not doing production, there's always a little bit of kinks to work out, but we assure you guys we are working hard to make sure these live streams are the best they could be. And thank you for tuning in. If you over on Facebook, go ahead and give the page a like so you can stay up to date on the Dakota Poker Tour events. And if you're watching on YouTube, go ahead and make sure you subscribe to as well stay up to date on all of our upcoming event streams. It's a bet of 90,000 from James Wilson. And Cody Slusher in seat 2 raises to 90,000. I believe right now it is just Cody and James still in the hand. James is in seat 8. Looks like the table folds to Cody Slusher. Sounds like on table 2, just getting word that there's been an all-in and a call. So we could be down to, I think it's going to be 11 players, which would just mean we're 2 players away from busting and everyone else making the final table. We will have a 9-handed final table.
He called me the Grim Reaper. I came over and did that for you. See, I'm not bad luck. There's twice now. Twice now I found the bad luck. Or the other. Can't please everyone.
All in has been declared.
Ben Schur is folded and Adam Lasky is all in with Big Slick offsuit. Next action is on Dale Follop,
We still got 5, Ben.
who wants no piece of that action.
Watch horse again.
Watch fourth again.
Yeah, it was the second time.
James Wilson also wants none of that, and we have Jeremy Schultz looking down. 10-8 suit. Looks like he's got a monster stack as well, so potential to call, but I don't really know necessarily why he would. And he does the thing that I thought he'd do, and that's fold. And Adam Lasky takes down that pot. Ben raises to 100,000. Adam folds. Action over to Dale. Dale folds. James looks down at 6-3 suited. James calls and action moves over to Jeremy Schultz. He folds, Cody folds. And we have 2 players to the flop. Ben Schur obviously in commanding lead. Oh, but James flops a set of 6s.
I have no problem with it, as long as I'm chopping with you, I don't care. Be the biggest stick you want.
125,000 is the bet.
Ben Schur bets 125,000.
Nice try, but
I'm
no.
sure James is
I know.
just loving that he got bet into after flopping a set.
No, I never
Has
leave.
potential to be absolutely crazy.
Shut up.
James raises to 250. $1,000.
Yeah, right?
And Ben's
Pretty much.
gonna have to think here what's going on.
All in call.
Look at all the yellow chips you got.
On table 2, I hear an all-in and a call.
9-4, 9-4, and then number 10.
And I believe we are player down on table 2, which brings us down to 10 players left in the field. We're one player away of making that final table. And once we do make that final table, we'll get chip counts and be tracking the action a lot more accurately. With chip counts, we'll have the cameras following the players exactly as they move around the table.
All in has been declared.
Ben moves all in. There's no way in. James instant calls us with a set, and Ben is feeling devastated right now. And that ends Ben Scher's tournament life here.
Player down.
In 10th place is Ben Scher. He is going to take home.
All right, please hold that place. I'm like, did we get that please?
He's going to be taking home $700. And we now are going to probably draw for position.
I got my 10 blinds over here and I'm protecting them. It's the most important draw of the tournament right here.
Yeah, we'll be.
I want one of 3. It's not like those green.
Can I
I
have
want
your secret, please?
We're going to take a short break from commentating, get all the player names, and get our production back up and running here shortly. So we'll see you guys soon. Thank you for tuning in. If you are on YouTube, make sure to like and subscribe to be up to date on all of the Dakota Poker Tour action.
Right where you're at.
Under the gun.
I'm actually going to move right to your spot.
Seat's really warm.
Perfect.
it with that garbage can because that door just swings open. That's about all the farther it goes. And this is just your headphone volume. He's got all your audio or microphone over there.
Okay.
Get confirmation we're live. Should even right in here. I have payouts. Somewhere. Yeah, right there. We go. Payouts.
Okay. Is all right, well, we are rolling live from the Windbreak. And Nick gets his final table experience started with flopping quad aces. I take that back.
I don't know how. You don't have to talk that loud.
Okay.
Because I think they might be able to hear us.
All right, so there's the first large mistake of the night by yours truly. I was looking at the wrong board. My first poker calling in over a year, so you know.
You're just excited. We understand.
Oh no, that's three aces that were left. Anyway, okay. This player that leaves goes home with $900, but the big news is first place tonight, $9,000 for first place tonight here at the Windbreak in Fargo.
Also introduce our players here at the final table. In seat position 1, we have James Wilson from Breckenridge, Minnesota. Steve Dale in seat 2 from Jamestown, North Dakota. Dale Folliber from Groton, South Dakota. Adam Lasky from Fargo. Cody Slusher from Oaks, North Dakota. Tyler Coleman in seat 6 from Monoman, Minnesota. Seat 7, Jeremy Schultz from Fargo. Bill Madison as well, he's from Fergus Falls, and Nick Ingolsland from Fargo, North Dakota. When we started our action, our chip leader was Jeremy Schultz with $2.35 million in chips.
So Jeremy, the chip leader with pocket jacks here, raised to $105,000. And Adam Lasky with pocket aces in seat 4. Short stack here is going to go all in. That'll be interesting to see if Jeremy will also move all in with jacks, or if he is just going to call here and maybe pull Nick into the fray. With pocket jacks, I think you want to take as many players to the flop as you, or as least the players to the flop as you can.
Go sit closer to the mic.
Yeah, as expected, there's Jeremy moving all in. I think that's the right play with jacks and being the chip leader. So aces will go against Jack, and seed 4, Adam Lasky, is on the ropes. Flop is ace 3 Jack. You've got to be kidding me. Woo! 7 on the turn. And Adam is going to double up. It's a little more strength than what he needed there. But with that double up, still just keeps him at 7% of the chips in play, not even back to $1 million in chips. But hey, a double up instead of an elimination is, at this point, a great thing at the final table. Now keep in mind, this is the first event back for Season X. Season 10, Dakota Poker Tour, continues with more events that are coming up, including next Sunday. We'll be at Crossroads Tavern in Bismarck. And then events coming up the following weekend, Sunday, March 14th, at the Buff Box in Jamestown, the Buffalo City Showdown, and more events coming after that. You, of course, can find them at dakotapokertour.com. Feels good to have poker again and a huge crowd here today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been exciting all weekend to watch these players battle it out. A lot of big hands, and it was a rowdy crowd yesterday, actually. I think many people were also extremely excited to hit the tables again and throw chips around.
Was rowdy. We had a guy kicked out in level 3.
All right, small blind calls.
Those are the other 2 event details in case you want to review them later.
So we got a call from seed 4 and a check from seed 5. The blinds will be heads up here. Flop is 10 deuce deuce. Got a check from Adam, and now Cody bets 60,000 and a fold.
Text it anyway, dude, to copy and paste it. I'm gonna do it right now.
Attention players. This level will end in 1 minute.
Be any action that's coming behind him after that raise. So it's going to be the blinds and antes for James Wilson. And we're about ready to raise the blinds here. We're going to 30, 60. Again, first place tonight here, $9,000. And second place this evening, $5,500. And most importantly, no one here wants $900 because that's the amount of ninth place. Nobody wants to leave this final table first.
Good news is the 18 players cashed here tonight, though. That's incredible. So certainly ninth place is it's a good position to be in.
Yeah, anytime you can 8 or 9x your investment for a tournament, that's usually pretty good.
100%.
Yeah. All right, so James Wilson in seat 1 just raised with ace queen. Now he's got queen jack and he's raising to 120. Action on Steve. Steve calls. Dale folds. Adam folds. All right, so we're going to be heads up with James and Dale. Flops king, 6, 9. So middle pair for Steve in seat 2. James got the gut shot straight draw. He checked, and then Steve bet 150. Okay, we got a call from James. The turn is a 7. Steve continues with the pressure, bets 200,000. And a fold from James. Making that call on the flop might just have been one of those, okay, I raced pre-flop, so I'm not going to run away scared.
Right, absolutely. And at that point, he did pick up the gut shot straight draw. So, hey, maybe I'll find something on the turn and catch Steve Dale in a bad position, hopefully to take down some chips from him. But he got out. Nothing happened to him on the turn. Came away pretty unscathed from the situation, and tournament life still continues.
Well, it's a $200,000 investment to have the rest of the table know you're going to protect that raise pre-flop.
Absolutely.
Thank a couple of the sponsors here tonight that make this happen. Randy's Diner, thank you very much. And also, obviously, the Windbreak. That's where we're coming from here tonight for the Poker Brat Classic.
And our charity sponsoring the event is NPPA, or the Northern Prairie Performing Arts. They support the Fargo Theater downtown here in Fargo, North Dakota. So all the proceeds to this tournament do go to them and help supporting their causes.
Seat 5 raises 125,000.
All right, Cody makes it 125.
Seat 6 calls.
Didn't see Cody's cards.
Seat 8 calls.
Tyler called behind him, and Bill also called. So 3 players will see this flop.
Action done. Seat 8. Seat 8 checks. Seat 5 checks.
175.
9 of clubs, 7 of hearts, jack of clubs. Seat 6, that's 175,000.
At 9-7 jack was the flop. The RFID reader having some trouble picking that up. So Tyler does have the flush draw, the nut flush draw.
Seat 8 calls. Seat 5 folds.
So Cody's going to get out of the way. So now we're going to be heads up with Bill and Tyler.
Action on seat 8. Ace of diamonds. Seat 8 checks.
So Bill checks.
Seat 6 bets, 175,000. Seat 8 folds.
So Tyler in seat 6 is going to pick up a raised pot. I mean, it's a really good feeling when you flop the nut flush and 2 overcards to the board. At that point, it's circus Bill. I mean, anything goes. I don't care what I'll eat 15 pounds of cotton candy at that point if you want me to.
Did that ace of diamonds show up? Okay.
Something to keep an eye on here tonight is that Cody Slusher from Oaks, North Dakota. If you can remember the year 2019, I know it was like 15 years ago, but actually won an event already in Season X for Dakota Poker Tour. And so for Player of the Year, if he could, really move up the scale, he is going to put himself in a great position to take down Player of the Year. I mean, he got 2 wins in the same season.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. I mean, really anyone who wins first place will be immediately in possibly even first place, jumping everyone else on the list. So there's really a lot at stake here in this tournament. Definitely a lot of implications. And I do believe for the Player of the Year, we're giving away a $1,500 World Series of Poker package. So even more to play for, not just that $9,000, but I mean, who knows? You could get a World Series of Poker bracelet later on down the line. So a lot of opportunities here for all these players.
Seat 9 calls. 3 players.
All right, so King, Queen, a pair of 3s, and King 5 walk into the Windbreak. And let's see what happens after they go to the bar. I mean the flop.
Action's on seat 8. Ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, 7 of clubs, seat 8 checks, seat 9 checks. King of diamonds, 7 of clubs.
So ace, king, 7. There we go, is the flop.
Seat 8 folds, seat 9 folds. Check, check, bet, fold, fold.
So Jeremy bet and got the other 2 players to fold. So here's an updated chip count. Cody Slusher started this final table as our big stack, and he is still there, but there's people breathing down his neck. I don't know if he can feels that or not, but we can definitely see it.
I'm not sure if it's the North Dakota cold or if it's the other players that are really breathing down his neck.
Again, if you're watching tonight, thanks for being a part of the broadcast, and why not play yourself next Sunday, March 7th, Crossroads Tavern, Bismarck. You can play an event there happening, and then the weekend after that, Sunday, March 14th, at the Buff Bar in Jamestown, the Buffalo City Showdown. And next weekend's tournament is also a charity event in memory of Chris Keller, where all proceeds will be donated to his family. And so that's a very nice thing you can come and do. I love playing poker, that you can play it for a good cause. And obviously when you're playing a lot of these events, they all have a charity aspect with them. And next week going to the family of Chris Keller out there in Bismarck. Uh-huh.
Seat 7 calls, seat 8 folds. Seat 9 calls, option on seat 1. Check, check, 4 players.
All right, so no raising, just a bunch of calling that's going on here. That means we have 4 players going to the flop. Flop is king 10, king, queen 10, all clubs.
Action on seat 9.
Funny enough, just one of these players has a club in their hand, and that's James.
Seat 9 checks, seat 1.
As of right now, Cody flops top pair.
Seat 5 bets, 150,000.
And Cody with that top pair bets 150K. Jeremy folds over to Nick. I take that back. Nick's also got a 9 of clubs. So he's going to call. James folds. So now heads up with Nick and Cody. And there comes the 3 of clubs on the turn. So that gives Nick the flush.
Nick is probably certainly going to be looking to get a payoff here, knowing that player calling with a decent hand, at least a high card, and with 3 high cards on the flop, you got to think
Yeah.
he's hit that. So
The only thing he's scared of at this point is the ace or the jack of clubs, and that's it.
absolutely.
And so he just calls the bet of 150 on the turn. And now he checks again, trying to induce another bet. I don't know if I'm Nick, I probably bet there on the river because I don't want to go check.
No, you really want that to pay off for sure.
Yeah.
No,
But-
there's 2 cards that can beat.
But Cody is going to go ahead and put some more money into the pot. 250,000 is the bet, and now over to Nick. Yeah, I personally would not check there on the river. I'm definitely betting. I mean, even if I have to cry call, so be it.
Seat 9 calls.
Well, it really puts the other player in a position, Cody in a position to really think about what's going on here, you know? Where Nick would be in the driver's seat, but instead he's given that to Cody. And looks like they did call down, and Nick did take it down.
Yep.
But in the overall in the tournament, you know, how people play, it all goes into how you read that player and what you might do in the future.
All right, so a fair amount of chips there, changing hands. Again tonight, $9,000 for first place, a $33,000 plus prize pool built this weekend here at the Windbreak. It was great to see so many familiar faces and a bunch of new faces too. I mean, I don't know everybody who plays poker in the area, but when I walked in today, I saw tables full of new people.
Oh yeah, I've been in this for a little over a year or so, and I've noticed a lot of names are brand spanking new, even on this table.
Yeah.
Over half of them are brand new people, and it's really exciting to see either new players come out and try out the Dakota Poker Tour, see what it's all about. I'm sure tons of people were just chomping at the bit to get back on the tables, though, after a crazy 2020 where there wasn't much poker.
All right, so we do have a raise to $125,000 from our chip leader, Cody Slusher, with ace-10.
Cleared all in.
And
Seat 9 folds.
Bill is all in. We didn't see his cards.
Seat 1 folds.
And I don't know if Cody's going to be making this call
Folds.
with just ace-10.
What is it all?
7, 8. 15.
Okay, he's got ace-king of diamonds. Yeah, if you're Cody here, this is one of the other big stacks. There's no reason to get involved here with ace-10.
Jack of 830K to call.
I mean, you lose this, you go from chip leader to bottom of the run.
Nothing. Yeah, absolutely.
This is not the position you want to be calling off your chips.
Looking at from 9,000 to making $900 on the weekend. You'd be kicking yourself in the pants for weeks to come. Maybe until next week when you come out to Bismarck to play in that tournament.
Call.
Oh, wow, he is going to make the call. Oh, boy, he is not going to be happy.
Cody's going to be hoping for a 10. He's got no flush opportunity necessarily.
And the flop is queen 5-8. Oh, boy.
Have to go runner for a straight.
All right, here we go. 3 10s left in the deck. And a jack on the river, and Bill Madison is going to double up
Seat 8 wins.
and is now going to have 2.8 million in chips.
830,000.
Wow. The shampoo cleans the hair, and the conditioner makes the hair silky smooth.
Gets to give it a for sure here.
Yeah, wow, it's really amazing. I mean, Cody really didn't have that much invested. It was just 125 or 150,000 there. Wow.
Maybe he's just been playing for so long. Maybe he's getting a little fatigued, not making some good decisions. It's a long weekend.
And you're, like I said, you're not trying to knock out one of the short stacks. You're going with somebody else who's in the top half of the chip standings. So, I mean, yeah, if you think you're going to be racing, even at that point, I mean, even if he's got pocket fives and you think you're up against, racing against a small pocket pair, I don't know if I want to put all those chips at that. And look at that, he's now just left with 465,000. Cody goes from the top to the bottom in
Just
one
like
hand.
we were talking about.
Yeah, God.
I was expecting to see a little bit more tighter play on this final table, but they're just gunning for it. They want to knock people out, and maybe Cody just wanted to have an absolute commanding chip lead. But he's found himself in the bottom now, and see if he can climb his way back to the top.
You know how baseball has all the unwritten rules? The unwritten rule of the final table is you do not want to go from chip leader to the first person out. Like that is, that might even be written. If we look, I bet you that's written down somewhere.
I saw it written down the other day.
Oh. And now he's down to less than 10 big blinds. I mean, it's just, you got to wonder what just happened. Shock to the system. James makes it 150. James is from Breckenridge, Minnesota, just south of Fargo-Moorhead. C3, this is ace 4 for Dale Fowlaber from Groton, South Dakota. Fun fact, that's where I graduated from high school. Turns
I
out
don't even know where it is.
He moved there right after I had graduated from high school. It's 17 miles to the west of Aberdeen.
Ah, okay.
Right on Highway 12.
Well, thanks for making the drive.
Yeah, a good 2.5 hours from here to get up to Fargo to play.
They're just chomping at the bit still. People from all over. I think we had some people from Minneapolis come up today, Bismarck, all over the area, tri-state area.
Like we said, people just let's get it on. You know,
Yeah.
things are starting to move in a positive direction, and more things opening up every day. And the opportunity presented itself, and obviously people wanted it.
Absolutely. And James repped a pretty strong hand on the pre-flop, so he's probably got to think he's got to still rep that strong hand, hopefully to get Dale out of here. But again, another loose play. Not sure where it's coming from, but usually on these final tables you see a lot of tight play, and then there's a couple people that go out back to back, and then they tighten up again. But it's been an interesting final table so far.
And Dale is going to fold. So unofficially, I guess I'm going to be cheering for Dale as he's representing my old high school. Although he didn't go to school there, he went to high school. I went and had a chat with him. Went to high school in Plankington, South Dakota, which is down by Mitchell. Anyway, we're getting too deep into the discussion here.
This is not geography class.
No,
this is a
sorry
poker
for that.
tournament.
But it is Dakota Poker Tour, so it is spreading across, including like next weekend in Bismarck for the first time ever. The DPT going to be making a trip to Bismarck, so it'll be good to meet some people that from the western part of the state. Open up maybe some people from western South Dakota to come up.
Yeah, maybe Mitchell.
Yeah, well,
Maybe they come from?
That'd be even further to go. Mitchell's down by Sioux Falls. So
Of course.
That'd be even further. But maybe Mobridge.
There we go. That's what I was thinking of.
Maybe people who live in Belfouche. Belfouche, South Dakota would come up for that, maybe. Anyway.
Raised to 180,000.
All right, so Tyler with eights makes it 180 in seat 6. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to be getting any action as we fold around.
Seat 1 folds. Seat 2 folds. Seat 3 folds. Seat 4 folds.
I think this is maybe a good situation where Cody Slusher from Oaks, North Dakota has a good full mask on. Because
Yeah.
he can mouth all of his frustrations to himself and no one can see it.
And hide his shame for going from first to last.
Although he's not out, still in. He's still got chips in front of him. He's just paid up the big blind. As blinds here are 30 and 60,000.
I wouldn't count him out, though. I mean, he's proven himself to be a strong player, and maybe this is all part of his plan. I want to go to the last. I want people to think I'm weak and I'm on tilt, and he's just going to come up through the ranks yet again.
7 folds. Seat 8 folds. Seat 9 folds. Seat 1 folds. Seat 2 folds.
Alright, John, good to see you. Hey, bye.
Seat 3 raisins. Actions at 185,000. Seat 4 declares all in. Seat 5 folds. 3 raised to 185,000. Seat 4 went all in.
You got some little backlash online and some girl.
Looks like it is actually seat 4, Adam Lasky, that went all in. A little mix-up on the graphics there, but nothing to worry about. Adam takes the pot down there.
I'll let you know when it's coming up.
Say hello to some people who are watching here on the YouTube stream. Thanks, Chris and Brock and Adam, Sherilyn for watching today.
Actions on seat 7. 60,000 to go. Seat 7.
A lot of them looks like cheering for Jeremy today, so I wonder how many of those people weren't too happy to see Jeremy call it off there a couple of hands ago with ace 10.
Some potential for some decent action on this hand.
Yeah, we got a couple of pocket pairs. We got a big suited connectors.
120,000. 220.
All right, so we got a raise from Dale with deuces to 220.
4 folds.
And
5 moves
here
all
we
in.
go with Cody, pocket fives all in for 465,000. Now over to Tyler. Tyler's got just over $1 million in chips. So he'd be calling off roughly half of his stack with King Queen. And then wondering what Steve would be doing behind him. I think if you're Tyler here, it's either fold or all in.
Absolutely get Steve off that, that pocket pair. I mean, he doesn't know what he has, but
If you're calling $500,000 here and then Steve's going to go all in anyway, I mean, you don't want to have to call him off. I always like to be the one to put him in the middle.
absolutely.
Seat 6 call.
All right, so we got a call, but now Steve, is Steve going to get involved now for 245,000? I definitely make a call, even though it's for a quarter of your chips. You can fold.
2 folds.
Oh, okay.
It's
Steve
probably
is
a
gonna
good
fold.
idea.
Turn 'em over, guys.
Lowest pocket pair.
5-5 versus King Queen.
All right, so fives versus King Queen. Flop is 4, Jack, Ace, 5s, still holding on. Cody looking to stay alive. Turns an 8. And the river is a 3, and that is that's the double up that Cody was looking for.
There's that game plan I was talking about from Cody.
This is step 2 in the game plan.
He's getting in their head right now because they thought he was going away, but Cody knows he's a strong player, and he knew the 5s were the right time to go all in, double up his chip stack.
Step 1, lose a bunch of chips. Step 2, build them back. And he is on his way now.
It's not a bad game plan, too, especially if it works out.
It's high stress. If you like that, that's fun.
3, 4, 80, 100 more. Thank you.
Yeah, before we got to this final table, there was a bunch of players that were left, and they were going quick, real quick.
Left and right.
Like, I think it took to go from 20 players down to the final table took, like, what, half an hour?
I couldn't keep up with the updates.
They were going very quickly to get to this point, and now we've got probably 10 hands in here, and no eliminations as of yet.
I do like seeing all the chips moving across the table. Definitely makes for some more exciting poker.
Sure.
I think that's a custom face mask by Cody with the ear holes in there.
Cut those in for yourselves, give you a little more support. I mean, I can't even believe that this is like a discussion. I mean, it's just so fantastic. All right, so again, now we got some more action going here. So a couple more pocket pairs at this table.
Seat 8 raises actions at 175,000.
Okay, Bill in seat 8. Our current chip leader makes it 175.
Seat 9 folds.
Nick folds. James folds.
Seat 1 folds.
Steve's going to be folding.
Seat 3 folds.
And now to Adam in seat 4 with ace queen. Wow, so ace queen's going to move it all in.
5 folds.
Now we're over to Jeremy in seat 6 with pocket 8s.
Seat 6 folds.
He folds. He would have been all in and at risk.
7 folds.
But we're back to Bill in seat 8. $630,000 to call.
Large numbers. Actions on seat 8.
As the chip leader, this is the kind of call you can afford.
Maybe kick someone out and that much closer to winning that $9,000 first prize. One thing I've noticed is our players at our feature and final table have just they've been having a good time. They're playing loose in the terms that they're having fun with the players on the table, and that certainly makes for a good atmosphere. Kind of brings the nerves down maybe a little bit. It's just a fun time right now.
Well, Bill decided not to take the chance there with a pocket pair, and so he folds. So Adam from Fargo, North Dakota, picks up the pot.
Was it a bad pull? Go ahead. I didn't want to do $1 million flip.
I'm just glad you
Don't forget, if you are watching us on YouTube and even on Facebook, to head over to our YouTube page, Dakota Poker Tour, and subscribe so you can be updated on all the latest action and upcoming events.
Yeah, currently 5 events coming up here this March and April and May. So
it's going to be a fun stretch, and there's more to book out there. There's more tournaments that we want to do.
Start putting these on your calendar and making some plans.
Actions at 250,000. 6 folds. Seat 7 folds. Seat 8 folds. Seat 5 in.
Cody's going to pick up some blinds and antes with a raised ace. And look at that, Jeremy climbing back up. He was down to, was it 6 big blinds?
I think so, yeah.
And now he's got himself, moving in the right direction again. As you can see, the loser of the most chips so far is Cody. He doesn't want to be reminded of that. He's lost 1.1 million since he sat down. And Bill, the recipient of those chips, with the ace queen versus ace 10, and a little earlier.
Actions on seat 1. 60,000 to go. Seat 1 folds. Seat 2 folds.
Definitely expecting to see Dale jump in on this pot.
Seat 3 declares all in.
Dale moves all in. Ace queen suited.
Seat 4 folds. Seat 5 folds.
It's not a part of the game plan for Cody.
6 folds.
I don't think there's going to be any action here. Oh, we do see that Jeremy has pocket sevens. So Jeremy in seat 7. He's going to take a look at it and he's going to put them in.
Seat 7 calls. Seat 8 folds. Seat 9 folds.
I feel like
All in.
Jeremy
Two
just
players.
pushed one stack in. He must be stacking those chips in 780K increments. Didn't even measure it out.
There, 1.7 million in the pot. Dale's going to try to stay alive. Jeremy's going to try to eliminate our first player here at the final table. Flop is deuce 8-6, just one diamond. And there's an ace on the turn. And so Dale is going to double it up. And now has 1.7 million in chips. And Jeremy will drop down to 1.2 million in chips. Here's the updated chip count. Bill, Nick, and James up on top.
Correct.
And again, there is still that Player of the Year race that's going on. Cody Slusher from Oaks has a chance to make a big money move. He's currently in third place. Eric Johnson and Brandon Dosh are ahead of him. But with this final table finish here, I'm guessing he might leapfrog up into the lead no matter where he ends here today.
Yeah, if you've never cashed in a Dakota Poker Tour event and you take first, you are instantly in second place.
Yeah, and especially a big event like this one today, too.
Yeah,
with
it's
a bigger event, bigger payday. All right, Adam in seat 4 with Ace King.
Actions at 140,000.
Makes it 140.
140. Seat 5 folds.
And blinds are 30 and 60,000.
Seat 7 folds. Seat 8 folds. Seat 9 folds. Actions on seat 1.
Over to seat 1, James. We have yet to see his cards.
Seat 1 calls.
Okay, so we got a call from James. Don't know what he has. Flop is deuce, ace, jack with 2 diamonds.
Seat 1 checks.
James checks. Action over to Adam.
Seat 4 bets 125,000. Seat 1 folds.
125 was the bet, and James goes away.
Button has moved. Seat 9. Nick in gold stand.
Again, first player to leave tonight, $900. Eighth place pays $1,100. And up top, number 1, $9,000. As poker returned here in Fargo here today. It's great to see a very large field, over 130 players putting together this prize pool of over $33,000. And a great day for the charity of the NPPA supporting the Fargo Theater. I don't know how much of that money would buy light bulbs for the Fargo sign at the Fargo Theater. How much are we putting into the budget from the amount today?
All of it, I guess. It's got to be expensive.
I wonder,
too.
wonder what their light bulb budget is there.
Certainly have a lot of light bulbs.
You gotta keep that thing looking good, right?
Sure, they moved to LEDs in the past.
You know, I think one of the things that became of the last year or so that more people playing online, finding their way to online home games. And it was a lot of fun. I mean, I played, at some point, I was playing 2-3 nights a week in tournaments.
Oh, wow.
And so I wonder if that's kind of, you know, reinvigorated the thought of playing poker. Is that there was a lot of people who I had talked to and said, man, I hadn't played poker in years, and this really got, you know, gave me something to do during pandemic. And
they're ready to test their skills from online. Of course, it is very much so different. You know, online you can play 2, 3, 4, 5 different tables at the same time. But there's still definitely some transferable skills onto the live game.
And maybe got people back into the game again.
Right,
And, you know,
absolutely.
that are now going to be, you know, coming to Dakota Poker Tour events, or maybe, you know, next time that they're somewhere might look at a local casino and want to play some poker.
100%. You just got to remember, if you do, you know, have aces in your hands, you can't scream and shout in the comfort of your own home.
And you don't have a mouse at the table to whip across the room either. Not that I've ever done that.
For all those bad beats.
Never have I done that. Those stories on the internet are not true.
No, you're definitely a very cool, calm, and collected guy. Now, HJ, that is a hijack.
Yeah,
I
correct.
cannot figure out
The hijack location,
what that
yeah.
means.
And
What is the
it's
hijack?
one before the cutoff.
One before the and what is the cutoff?
The cutoff is right before the button.
Oh, okay.
I know it's you really got to get deep in the books.
I've been watching more poker lately, and I've been seeing all these new terms to me, and it's this person's in the hijack position. What?
Yeah.
So there's still some learning that I'm doing. I'm sure there's learning that many other people are doing.
That's kind of like that's some of that useless knowledge that just takes up space. Like it kicks out the knowledge that you're supposed to pick up your kid at 3 o'clock, and
Yeah.
you forget about it because now you know what the hijack position is. At least that's how my brain works.
The blinds have changed. The small blind is 50,000, and the big blind is 100,000.
All right, so hands are going to be going, or blinds are going to be going up in the next hand to 50 and 100. But we got a big pot that's brewing here.
725. Seven is contemplating ask for remaining chip count.
So James in C1 right now has obviously an overcard to the board. He's got the gut shot straight draw. Jeremy's got middle pair with one overcard. And also a gut shot straight draw too, so. So Jeremy calls, and that call is going to leave him with less than 500,000 chips. And if you faced a bet like that on the flop, you could almost certainly think that you're maybe going to have to sacrifice some more chips here on the turn.
We got only 2 cards in the entire deck that can help James win the hand. So he certainly has some grim circumstances facing him.
He's in a bad spot here.
Seat 7, check.
So we go check, check on the turn. And now the 4 comes on the river. And the question is, does James want to fire one more bullet to try to take this down? It's going to have to be a big one. I don't know if Jeremy's going to be prepared to fold anything, though, with plus 480,000 behind him.
Seat 1, check.
And Jeremy's probably going to check behind, yeah.
Check. Let's see him, guys. Seat 7, pair of tens.
Jeremy in the hijack position.
Yep.
Just 1-2 behind the button. Takes that down.
Sure hope we can pick up some of these chips.
So 3 players over 2 million in chips. As we continue, I was really surprised at the breakneck speed we were going from 2 tables down to the final table. Eliminations were happening pretty quickly, but now that has slowed up considerably.
Well, and if you're in a chip lead right now in the top 2 positions, you have over 2 million in chips. You kind of want the little guys to battle it out for a while.
Well, and even at 2 million in chips, with blinds being at 50 and 100,000, I mean, it's not a comfortable position almost anywhere around the table.
Very true. So perhaps this blind level, or definitely the next blind level, we'll start seeing some more moves happen between all the players.
Yeah. Well, and the big blind is also putting out the 100K ante every time, too. So, I mean, it's really getting after the big blind.
Seat 9, folds. Seat 1, folds. Seat 2 declares all in.
All right, so Steve is all in for 775 with Jack 7 and an instant call from Dale with Ace 10.
Over here, guys. Jack 7.
So this pot's going to be worth 1.7 million in chips, and Dale will be, or Steve is going to be at risk in seat 2. Flop is deuce 9-3. So Ace 10 ahead for now. Turns an 8.
That opens up a few more outs for Steve Dale.
So now we got 6 outs to the river. He doesn't find any of them, and we will have our first elimination of the night. Steve Dale in seat 2 from Jamestown, North Dakota, has been eliminated in 9th place here at the Poker Brat Classic at the Windbreak. But he's going to have an opportunity to play again. Going to be in Jamestown on Sunday, March 14th at the Buff Bar, the Buffalo City Showdown in Jamestown, so he'll be able to play right there in his own backyard. So now 8 players remaining. 8th place tonight goes to 4 digits. We go to $1,100 for the next player eliminated.
Whoa! See, now we're getting into some action. Small blind, sir. That is correct, sir. Holy cow, I get to deal less cards now. 100,000 to go. Seat 5 folds. Seat 6 folds. Seat 7 folds. Seat 8 folds. Seat 9 folds. I just got chips all in. Seat 1 folds. C3 declares raise.
Dale just doubled up to 2.4 million in chips. That puts him up on top. And with Ace 10 now, he's going to raise it to 400,000. Adam in the big blind will fold, and so Dale will win this pot. And that's just it. I mean, Dale came to the table as one of the short stacks. Like, you just go get hot, just a couple of hands in a row is all you need, and next thing you know, bam, now I'm chip leader. What the heck?
Maybe Cody was taking a page out of Dale's book and trying to play his game to go from the bottom to the top. Anything you can do, Cody Slusher can hopefully do better, but he's at risk right now. He's in last place. Anything can happen, though. Definitely at this point in the tournament, fatigue, being tired, mental acuity is just, it's going down. So this is where the true players will shine. Those who can kind of outlast the others and stay focused throughout the entire tournament. But at this point, once you start cashing 8th place and up, you're making over $1,000. And it does go up a little exponentially up to that $9,000 first place prize. So it's worth it to stay in just a little bit longer, but $1,100 is a pretty good payday for a weekend of poker.
Action's on seat 6, 100,000 to go. Seat 6 folds. Seat 7 raises. Action's at 250,000.
I mean, Jeremy was 6-7.
Folds.
A diamond's getting a little loose around the turn over there.
Seat 1 folds.
But hey, sometimes it's good to play those smaller hands. 7-6 suited, you can really throw someone off. Everyone's usually playing some premium hands, but that 6-3 that came in earlier flopped quad sixes and took out Cody Slusher's chip stack. I mean, that's the kind of thing that can happen with calling with some of those lower suited connectors or lower cards.
Well, look at that. Our chip leader just folded ace-jack suited.
Seat 5 is declared all
Wow,
in.
Cody's going to move all in. Queen 9 of diamonds. Action back to Jeremy. Now he would be calling off half of his stack here if he makes this call. And he will fold.
7 folds.
And Cody continues the redemption tour.
And that buys him a little bit more time in the game, picking up, a raise and all the blinds and antes.
Tyler Coleman, currently our short stack from Monoma, Minnesota. In seat 5, or excuse me, seat 6.
We could really screw him up in 3 square now. We're at 8 Stop giving me these passing glances.
I just love looking at your beautiful eyes,
I
man.
don't blame you.
Guess the next part of Cody's game plan is to flirt with the dealer, butter him up a bit, maybe have him deal some better hands.
I don't know where he got this this style of play that was.
It's reckless.
I guess, everything's out there. No holds barred.
I've seen some interesting strategies in the past from these poker tournaments. One was from Josh Dahlstrom back in, we played at the Gastropub. The guy drank 2-3 pitchers and didn't use the restroom once.
Oh, Lord.
It was in the comments on Facebook and everywhere, and it was intimidating because you're not worried about what hand he has. It's this guy is got a tank of a bladder. And it got in my head.
Exploded.
Yeah. He was in my head, and I'm just doing the RFID table.
150 to go.
And Jeremy has raised with King Queen to 250 over to Tyler. With ace 5, Tyler is the short stack. So it's either going to be a call or all in or fold here for Tyler. You're not going to call off that amount of your chips. It's either all in or fold.
6 folds.
Yeah, and he does fold. So Jeremy's going to win this pot. It reminds me of years ago when working for Heartland Poker Tour. We were in just outside of Denver in Blackhawk, and we were heads up. And the one guy had been drinking all day and drinking, pretty good.
Yeah.
And he got to the final table and he continued. We took a break to get everything set up for the heads up shot, and I think he went and had a couple more beers. And the dude had to go to the bathroom so bad. And was begging for a break. And we're like, dude, we're not just going to take a break because you have to go to the bathroom.
No, absolutely not.
And so I want to say in that tournament, like first place was 225 and second place was like 150.
Wow.
And it ended up ruining him. The guy didn't win. That it ended up ruining his play because he was so worried. And he got up and went to the bathroom a couple of times, and it just, it was
sort of expensive bathroom
it
breaks
was
there.
one of those things you're like, and sorry, man, we just can't take a break because you're pounding beers and you want to go to the bathroom.
That you got to factor that into when you're playing is how much liquids do I intake, because they got to go somewhere.
And they then have to go somewhere after you intake them.
Exactly.
It's an exchange situation. All right, back to the getting away from, God, what a horrible topic stream we went through there. But
one of the lesser talked about things that happen at the poker table.
Sure.
But we do have potential for a little bit of action here.
All right, so Nick in C9 made it 250,000 with Ace King. And action has now been folded around to Cody in Seed 5 with Ace 9. He will fold. Oh, no, excuse me, he calls. I'm sorry.
6 folded, 5 called.
Okay, so now Jeremy with Ace 8. Looks like he's also going to call.
C7 calls. 3 players.
All right, so almost 1 million chips in this pot pre-flop. Flop is 4, Queen 6 with 2 spades. Ace King still ahead.
C9, that's 300,000. C5 folds.
300 is the bet from Nick in seat 9.
C7 folds.
And Jeremy wisely folds there.
C9 is our winner. Dealers coming in, guys. Dealers coming in.
So Tyler Coleman, still our short stack now with just over 300,000 in chips. The round of the blinds and antes are going to eat him up the next time it comes to him.
Button is correct? Yes, perfect.
Which the button just got past him, so he does have a little bit of wiggle room here. A little time to wait.
Having a little dealer switch here, and at this time I would like to thank the dealers that came out and went through this tournament with us. Obviously, we cannot run a poker event without the amazing dealers that the Dakota Poker Tour has. So thank you to our dealers. Also, don't forget, if you are watching on YouTube and even Facebook, to head over to that YouTube channel and subscribe to it. So you can be updated on all the upcoming events and promo videos. It's just to see what's going on.
Yeah, the next 2 weekends we got poker in Bismarck and in Jamestown, and then more events coming after that, going out to Tioga, North Dakota, Dickinson, North Dakota, Valley City, North Dakota. So a little West River action, or Western North Dakota action going on as the springtime it's coming. Here in Fargo this next week, temperatures mid-40s all week long.
I sure as heck hope so, but we know living here, the week after that could go right back down to -20.
We took the snow covers off of our windows, on the egress windows around the house, and put those away today. I told my wife, we're going to get like 6 or 7 inches of snow now. Just so when it happens, I apologize. It was us. All right, so Nick is going to get us started here. He's going to fold. And then James over in seat 1 with pocket jacks. James is going to be raising.
Oh, that's so much better. Now it's a blank shirt.
All in.
All right, so James is all in. Action to Dale. He's the chip leader currently. And he will fold. Adam folds. Cody folds. All right, everyone folding around. Doesn't look like there's going to be any action here for James and his pocket jacks.
And just with the blinds, he picked up, a third of his chip stack just in the blinds.
Let's go.
So it's worth it.
8th place tonight, 1,100. 7th place is 1,300 as we work up towards $9,000 for first place. Tyler continuing to ride that short stack as he was just the button. And so Tyler Coleman will be able to play a couple more hands here for free before the blinds and antes will eat them up. So James is under the gun, another premium raising hand here. He has decided that the raises are going to be an all-in move from him. That's 2 hands in a row with jacks and now ace king suited. Instead of just making standard raises, make one decision, put all the chips in the middle, let everyone else decide. Yeah, I mean, that's 2 hands that with 0 effort, James Wilson just picked up $500,000 in chips. I mean, with no effort. So it has worked. That's one of those things people maybe you notice have starting to tighten up. You might as well, instead of making raises. I always say in poker, the less decisions you can make, the better.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100% agree.
Especially when you're as bad as I am. Like, I don't want to have to make any more bad decisions. Just let me make one bad decision.
And that's just that you went all in that hand.
Dale, our chip leaders first. He folds over to Adam. This folding is going to continue till we get to seat 8. I don't know. Jeremy looks like he wants to get involved with Queen 8 heart. And so in the cutoff, he will raise to 250. And now to Bill in seat 8. Now in seat 9, Nick's also got a pocket pair with pocket 7s. So we're definitely going to see more chips going into the middle here from one of these 2 players.
You're okay?
Now, Jeremy being the chip leader, he's raising here just to 250. That's, a good portion of a lot of players' chip stacks. It's either all in or you fold for the other players. Is he maybe trying to, he'd be enticing an all in at this point.
Yeah, well, interesting. You'll have the 2 players that are, James is not going to be calling with 9-3, obviously, out of the big blind. But with both Nick or Bill, just making a call here, yeah, you could survive that and see a flop with a pocket pair. But at the same time, that people are raising, they're going to have premium hands. People are just not raising. Although, Queen 8, I wouldn't call a premium hand, 9-hand or 8-handed, but here is one of the all-ins that we expected, and that is from Bill.
Now Jeremy has to make a decision here to throw away the 250 that he just put out there.
And he just lit that on fire. But you know, you're in the cutoff. You're one right before the button there. It's a good move to try to just, you know, hammer in and hope that everyone else is going to fold. And Queen 8 is just below an average starting hand, so I understand the play. But yeah, when the pressure comes back, then you just got to fold. Tyler Coleman, our short stack, is all in with ace 9 of diamonds. And Jeremy immediately to his left with ace king offsuit. I'm imagining that Jeremy's going to move all in.
Got a little fire in me, a little bit of fire in me, you know, it's maybe.
All in has also been declared by seat 7.
Jeremy's going to move all in, offer a little protection here. And I'm guessing we're going to get folds from everybody else. All right, so Tyler Coleman's going to be at risk, trying to double up and stay alive right now. He's behind. And here's the flop. 7-8 queen. And is that a king on the turn? Looks like. And ace king is going to win. And so another player leaving here from our final table at the Poker Brat Classic. $1,100 in 8th place for Tyler Coleman from Anomen, Minnesota.
Keep saying wanting to say Brat.
Poker Brat.
Yeah, you're hungry? Are you hungry? Okay.
I had a wonderful meal here before the game's on.
And while we shuffle for our next hand, we're down to 7. 7 players. We'll thank some of our YouTube people watching the stream, just to thank them for tuning in. Adam Wadzinski and Brock Butler, Chris Peplinski. Thank you guys all for watching. Dalton Trons, thank you. And NBA 24 Bryant, thank you.
That can't be the Chris Poplinski that I know. He lives in Ohio, but he used to live in Minneapolis. It's conceivable.
It's possible
that it might be the Chris Poplinski that I know. If it is, hey, Chris, what's going on? He's one of those guys that I played a lot of online home game poker with during the pandemic. It's a pretty specific name. I wouldn't think there's too many Chris Poplinskis rolling around.
Yeah, not so much. And a Wadzinski. Pretty interesting there.
All right, we're going to see some more action on this hand. Our chip leader that we're coming around to has pocket 7s in seat 3, but as of right now, we're on seat 7. He folds. Bill in seat 8 folds. And now over to Nick with ace queen. $250 from Nick. James is going to fold, and now to Dale. $200,000 for him to call from the small blind. first place tonight, $9,000 as poker returns on the Dakota Poker Tour. If watching tonight is getting you back into the itch of playing poker, a lot of events scheduling, including the next 2 weekends in Bismarck and Jamestown. You can find the full schedule by going to dakotapokertour.com. All right, so Dale is going to call. And now to Adam. Adam folds, so we're heads up with sevens versus ace-queen. And again, two of the bigger stacks, top half here, battling it out. The next player eliminated is $1,300 for the payout. Flop is 8, king, 4. Looks like. Dale checks over to Nick. 250 from Nick. And back to Dale. And the bet from Nick gets Dale to fold a better hand. And with that, now Nick is going to be our new chip leader. Poker Brat Classic happening at the Windbreak in Fargo, North Dakota. Thanks to Randy's Diner and the Windbreak for sponsoring tonight's events. And also, thank you very much for all the players who put together this $33,000 prize pool benefiting the Northern Prairie Performing Arts, which is supporting the Fargo Theater. All right, James continues with his strategy of, if I'm going to play a hand, I'm just going to put them all in the middle. I've seen him play 3 hands, and I've seen him go in all in 3 times. So, hey, like you said, make everyone else make the decision. You just make the one decision, and with ace-4 suited and the cutoff there, nothing wrong with that kind of play.
He's playing the Chris Hansen strategy.
That's right.
Now.
Less decisions. As we play 7-handed here tonight at the Windbreak in Fargo, North Dakota. Next Sunday, Dakota Poker Tour will be at Crossroads Tavern in Bismarck for a great charity event happening there. Be an Annie Up event in memory of Chris Keller. All proceeds donated to the family of Chris. And that'll be a Season X Player of the Year, Tournament of Champions qualifying event too. Aces have made an appearance here. seed 4, and Adam. Adam from Fargo, North Dakota, right here, and local player. $235 is his bet. Action here on Cody in seat 5.
I'm not sure what he's thinking about right here. Maybe trying to remember what his strategy was going into the tournament.
He's got to be on step 6 or 7 by now, so that's a lot of pages that he read through.
Call with 8-5 suited, I think, is the next step in his quest for glory of winning $9,000 here at the Windbreak. Perhaps that's what I kind of figured was happening there.
He was waiting for everyone else to fold, not realizing it was his turn.
You're in the tank for sure. Oh my god. I wish somebody would have said something. No. I'm so sorry.
And believe me, Adam with pocket aces, like, take all the time you need.
Yeah.
Please, by all means. I'm not going to force any action here. You take all the time you want.
Perhaps this is just a symptom of being deep in a tournament. We've been playing all day today and yesterday.
Cody
slip.
Cody Slusher is our short stack.
No, because I hate that guy. I hate that guy.
I'm sitting here trying to figure out why you were getting a read on me. I'm like, I don't have any cards.
No, I'm sitting here like,
I was trying to figure out what the appropriate time to call clock is.
That would have been hilarious if he would have called clock and it would have been on himself. That would have been so fantastic. And by fantastic, I mean embarrassing AF, just all day long.
But a great poker moment.
For sure. I'm not a very good predictor of what goes viral, but that might have been a good one. Pretty embarrassing there. All right. We continue to play around here to Jeremy in seat 7. King Jack suited. And Jeremy's going to move it up to 250. And we get a call from Bill with 6-7 of diamonds. All right, so our heads up. Flop is Queen, 6, King, I believe. RFID reader not doing real work today on the flop, so I apologize for that. So Jeremy in seat 7 from Fargo, bet. And seat 9, Nick also from Fargo, folds. Again, all of these players earning points for Player of the Year in the Tournament of Champions, working towards a yet undetermined date for the year-end finale of when that'll be taking place. Just like everything else, it's dates all up in the air.
Yep.
But as of right now, what we do know is that you do have 5 opportunities with Dakota Poker Tour to get out and play some poker all over the state of North Dakota. including next Sunday in Bismarck, the Sunday after that in Jamestown, then Sunday, April 10th, going to be at Poor Decisions in Tioga, North Dakota, Saturday, April 18th at Fatfish in Dickinson, and then Saturday, May 1st, Eagle Eye Tournament at the Eagles Club in Valley City. So those are on the schedule as of now. More going to be added very soon.
The Fat Fish is going to be a really cool tournament. I don't know if you've ever been there.
I have not, no.
It's a brewery, and they make incredible beer. Also in the building, they have axe throwing. So,
wow.
Yeah. Play some poker, throw some axes, gamble in the casino up there. It's a great time.
All right, so we're back to the action. We got Adam all in with Ace King. We got a call from Cody in seat 5 with pocket 7s. And everyone's folding around, and so we're heads up here. And Cody's going to be at risk, I believe, seat 5. And exactly 50-50, the odds here. Flop is 8-4 ace, and Ace King is, as it tends to do, comes from behind, especially when you're up against it.
Just need those 7s.
Just 2 outs on the river for Cody. And
it was
he finds
part
one.
of his game plan.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. It was Adam that was at risk. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
And is that going to be it, or does Adam have just a couple of chips that are left? He does have just scratch behind him, so not eliminated, but darn close. Wow, what a river for Cody Slusher. Cody came to this final table as the chip leader.
I definitely don't recommend Cody's strategy going into poker tournaments, but man, is it paying off for him right now.
Earlier tonight at this final table, he raised with ace-10, got re-raised all in with ace-queen, and then called it off to the other big stack.
Yeah.
So he was first in chips and then lost to the second place in chips. That dropped him down to the short stack, and look at that, he has worked his way back. Maybe you're right. I doubted your the strategy early, but, you know, who am I to judge at this point? Cody Slusher from Oaks, North Dakota, currently sitting third place in the Player of the Year race. That's not counting how he finishes here today. He already had 1 win earlier in Season X. And blinds are going to be going up in 1 minute here, so this will be the last hand at this level. Wow. Cody with 7s again. Back-to-back hands with 7s. I don't think there's going to be any action coming this time, though, against his 7s. But 2 hands in a row, 2 winners in a row.
Attention players. The blinds have changed. The small blind is 75.
Wow, 75, 150 now will be the new blinds, and also another 150,000 from the big blind for the ante.
And that's starting to be pretty devastating once you get around to the big blind.
Yeah, I mean, you're starting to talk about, 375,000 when you've only got 1 million or so chips. It can eat at you pretty quickly. Oh, wow, look at the big hands that are popping up here. All right. Adam in seat 4 is all in.
Now, he's all in for less than the blinds, so he can't even win full blinds, can he?
And we didn't see what he has, so we're going to have to wait. All right, so James in seat 1 moved all in with suited ace 9. Dale in seat 3 also went all in with ace king. So we had 3 players here. And 2 of them at risk. Dale in seat 3 right now is ahead with ace king. And the flop is deuce 8 7. Looks like another 8 on the turn. And a 3 on the river. Is it 7-10? Is that what the short stack had there?
Yeah, I think that's what it looks like. Versus ace queen.
So I think that's going to do it for James in seat 1, I believe.
Adam doubles up. Big hand for him.
Triples up.
Triples up.
Right? The triple up there. And not being able to see what's going on, is that going to do it for James in seat 1, or who wins the rest of the pot?
Thanks, Han. Both of you.
Thank you.
I'm guessing not, because, yeah, player 1 has been eliminated. All right.
No, we're good. On the water.
Does that bring us down to 6-handed?
Yeah, James Wilson from Breckenridge, Minnesota goes out tonight in 7th place, and that's going to pay him $1,300. So we're down to 6 players now. The next elimination is worth $1,600.
Oh man, Adam is probably feeling super happy about having 50,000 and somehow
that little bit of chips that he had left there got him into at least another pay, another 300 more bucks.
Yeah.
Have 300K.
But now if I double up, I only go to 450K. That's the bad side of it. I'll take it one at a time here.
That's right.
I think we both came out ahead there, and I'm pretty content with that. I won't be greedy that. Yeah, that was a $300 ahead in there. Yeah.
Next couple up and the $300 ladder.
I don't think it could, honestly.
All right, so Adam is all in out of the big blind. And 10-5 will take on King Queen, and Adam trying to stay alive. As they had mentioned, he got a $300 bump with James getting knocked out ahead of him. And now let's see what happens. Flop is ace 3 king.
You got some runner option. Deuce 4.
And Adam needs boatloads of help. And he picks up some of that. Now he's got 3 outs. He needs a deuce to make it straight on the river. Doesn't get there. And so Adam Lasky from Fargo, North Dakota is going to be eliminated. 2 hands in a row. We see players going, and this time $1,600 goes to Adam now for 6th place. And we are left with 5 players now. Next payout will be $2,100 for 5th place here tonight as we work towards $9,000 at the Poker Brat Classic at the Windbreak. This event usually happening at the beginning of winter, but is happening now at the end of winter this year. But just glad nonetheless that it's happening, that there's been some live poker going on. huge field here today as poker is back in the Fargo-Moorhead area with the Dakota Poker Tour. $33,000 prize pool. Again, benefiting the NPPA, which supports the Fargo Theater. Chris Hansen here from Poker Night in America. Hope you're enjoying the watching here tonight. Again, you can also, if you go to YouTube, subscribe to the Dakota Poker Tour YouTube channel. That way, whenever one of these events goes live, you can get notified. Or heck, why not be part of the production? You could be at the final table playing for big money. Got events coming up the next 2 weeks in Bismarck and in Jamestown. Again, you can check out that schedule at dakotapokertour.com. All right, Dale, seed 3. That's 800,000, so pretty big bet here. In action now on Cody with ace 10. 725 for him to call out of the small blind. Cody ran into trouble earlier at this final table with ace 10. Called off all of his chips almost. With ace 10 versus an ace queen hand. He's obviously a lot better here with his ace 10. But he decides to fold. And now to Jeremy. Jeremy Schultz from Fargo, North Dakota. Got quite the cheering section watching on YouTube. Patrick Excelsior says he's rooting for you, Jeremy. Now to Dale. Seed 3, pocket 5s. There's a look at Dale. All right, so 400K is the bet from Dale. Cody folds, Jeremy folds, and I'm guessing Bill's going to also be folding. Nothing there for him.
good.
It'll be all in your fold then.
I mean, that's almost like
Oh, wow.
Blinds are 75 and 150,000.
Stepped away from the action for a second, but Cody, my God, where'd all those yellows come from? He's had some hands then, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
So Nick all in for 2.4 million with King Deuce offsuit.
Yeah, Jeremy was attempting to play Ace 5, and Nick jammed it on him in seat 9.
I mean, would this be considered a pre-flop bluff, or is he just trying to
No,
jam to
at
win
this
something?
at this point with 5 players remaining, Ace 5, that's well within the range of jamming there.
Yeah.
I mean, you start re-raising when people are, betting 300 and 350,000, and you're re-raising to, 900. It just that doesn't make any sense. So it's either once somebody decides they're going to raise, usually the next move then is going to be an all-in at this point with the blinds where they're at. Unfortunately, it's kind of, you have to start making some coin flippy decisions.
Yep. It's time to run a little bit of luck.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Bill Madison from Fergus Falls, Minnesota. Thanks to Keith and Patrick and Jeanette, who are all watching on YouTube. Also, thanks for watching to Kevin and Daniel.
Maybe we'll try something. We'll track these comments on YouTube and Facebook, and if you have a question for the commentary, go ahead and throw it on there, and we'll try to answer it for you.
Well, the first one is Sam says, "I hope you're doing this from your bed, Chris Hansen." Nope, I'm not. Live at the Windbreak.
Even better, a storage closet.
Yeah, I know the alarm clock is still going to be going off at 3:45 tomorrow morning to get up to go work. But glad to be here tonight. Glad to be part of the production again with Dakota Poker Tour. Just glad to. I mean, the last poker live that I had called was back in January of 2020 in Las Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
Which is the Free Poker Network National Championship. That was the last live poker. Now, we have had one production of Poker Night in America that we shot, was that in December, I believe? And so, but that was obviously not live. That was production of previously recorded events. So this is well over a year since calling any live poker.
And we're happy to have you back, Chris.
Well, thank you. I mean, it's I'll do pretty much anything when somebody asks me to, and it's fun to be a part of. So, table looks great, lighting looks great, the new cameras all look good. So,
yeah, we didn't do nothing in the off season. We prepped, getting ready, making sure that when we're doing some live stream table stuff, it's gonna pop, and hopefully it attracts more players. As we saw a bunch of new players. Probably a combination of knowing the production we're going to put on and being cooped up in the house all year and no live poker really, at least not frequent live poker. So probably a good combination and a perfect storm for what we're seeing here today. And $9,000 first place prize, a $33,000 prize pool. So it's definitely worth it to come out now, especially next weekend in Bismarck. Let's get those numbers up as well.
If you want to get all the details on the upcoming events that are coming this spring, just go to dakotapokertour.com about locations and times and all the info you will need. As we continue playing five-handed here, the next person who is eliminated tonight will have $2,100 on the plus side, working up towards up top $9,000.
Stick to the plan, Cody.
And now, yeah, I think we're on like step 15 for Cody Slusher. And that's going to be coming around to him with pocket aces. And good news, bad news. The good news is he's on the button with pocket aces. The bad news, I don't think there's anybody home for any money that's going to be called from a bet. He raises to 475. Jeremy folds, and Nick also folds.
You're the blind. Nothing but trash. I can do nothing.
Again, the upcoming events we talked about next Sunday is in Bismarck. The following Sunday, March 14th, will be at the Buff Bar in Jamestown, the Buffalo City Showdown. So we'll start making some plans to join those events. Then Sunday, April 10th, at Poor Decisions in Tioga, North Dakota, followed by Saturday, April 18th, Fat Fish in Dickinson, and then Saturday, May 1st, the Eagle Eye Tournament at the Eagles Club in Valley City, with more events coming soon as we transition into the spring and summer here on the Dakota Poker Tour. Got an all-in from Jeremy and no action there.
All-ins are certainly exciting throughout most of the beginning of the tournament up until this final table where an all-in is almost a standard bet.
Yeah, that's
and then it's
exactly
exciting when you hear call. That's what we want.
Or sometimes it's not exciting when you hear call.
Yeah.
Depends. That could be individual results may vary on that. over to Dale. 425 for Dale to call with pocket threes. He's been watching Cody kind of push the action here. Obviously, these two got a lot of chips in front of them. But this is the kind of raise that you might want to be calling. You're looking for a flop that's low. This doesn't have to be an all-in or fold situation.
I feel like it's been a while since we've seen a flop without someone being all in or at all, period. Just haven't seen a flop.
Yeah, you kind of get to that point when you the blinds start getting high. Everyone's in a position where they don't have a lot of chips. It's just the way it goes. You just hope when the dust settles, you're the one with $9 grand in your hand in the next hour and 20 minutes.
But Dale, to call this, I mean, you're probably thinking at this point, the range of hands that are playable at five-handed is a little bit looser. So a king nine is definitely something that you could be facing, or you could be facing a monster. But Dale doesn't know that, obviously. Let's see if he can read the stone face of Cody Slusher.
No, Dale decides to let it go.
Not a bad play at all.
Yeah, you do have a couple of short stacks at the table that are Jeremy and Bill. And so, you don't want to make any mistakes. That kind of takes you out of the next level, but at the same time, that was a raise that was callable for sure. As we said, I don't think that was I either have to go all in or I have to fold.
Yeah.
You could have saw a flop there.
Nick looking down on some suited connectors, Queen Jack. Definitely going to see him wanting in on this next hand. Dale wants nothing to do with that, and Cody's going to go ahead and call that bet. We're going to see a flop, pot size 775,000.
Flops 8, deuce, 5. So ace 5 pulls further ahead of Queen Jack. Nick makes it 700,000 after a bet from Cody. Now who's going to blink first on this one? Call from Cody, so now this pot is worth 2.4 million. Whoever wins this pot will be our chip leader. Both of them have over 2 million in front of them, and now a king on the turn.
If you're a short stack, this is what you want to see. Two of the bigger
Sure.
stacks battling it out.
Beat each other up. Go right ahead.
Yeah.
Be my guest.
Cody's reaching deep for chips.
He's going to continue to push the action. He's going to show that that king did not scare him at all. Obviously, you just keep representing that you've got a big hand. And I mean, obviously, we do know that he did have the better hand of the ace 5, but he was betting like he had it. And look at this, a big pot. Now Cody with 4.5 million in chips.
Started from the bottom, now we're here.
What an unbelievable past hour and 45 minutes it's been for Cody from Oaks, North Dakota. Cody already has one win under his belt. I think it happened back in 2004 or 2005? At least it feels like that.
Yeah.
Earlier this season on Season X of Dakota Poker Tour. That's all for the Player of the Year race. He's currently in third place. And Player of the Year gets a $1,500 WSOP package.
I think Cody's dreaming of Disney World because he wants to ride some roller coasters because that's exactly what he's doing right now. Up and down, and he's back up. Maybe he's been following the volatility of the stock market.
That's what it is.
He's riding the upwave.
That's
right
what
now.
it is. He's trying to give it the GameStop treatment here. Is that what you're telling me?
Yep.
He just So Dale with ace-3 makes it 450. Gets a call from Cody with king-10 of clubs. So these two will be heads up.
Dale still has a considerable amount of chips considering just got a bunch taken off him in the last hand.
Flops queen, 9, queen, ace with one club.
Oh my.
So we got top pair. There's a gut shot straight draw. So Cody checked his draw. And now it's back to Dale. I mean, you're five-handed. You're already raised with an ace. You do have to continue to bet. And 775 is the bet. About 3/4 of the pot.
Cody, in disbelief of that bet, asked the dealer, how much? Dale takes back some of the chips from the previous hand.
Blinds again are 75 and 150,000, with the big blind paying 150,000 chip ante as well.
We'll probably see Bill going all in pretty soon here. He's got a pretty, he's the short stack at the table. It's about time for him to start making some moves, seeing if he can get some lucky cards.
Today, Junior.
I knew it was going to happen
That's
at some point.
only the second Billy Madison reference I've made the entire night.
Oh, really?
I think that's pretty good.
I've been just holding it in the whole time. I'm sure he's never gotten it before.
If going all in the short stack is cool, consider me Miles Davis.
Consider me Cody Slusher.
All right, action is on Cody, our chip leader. He folds. Now to Jeremy. These are the two short stacks here. Seed 7 and 8, Jeremy and Bill.
It was not an out-of-turn bet. Just dropped his chips.
Oh, and are you kidding me? A walk for the short stack. All right, Bill calls from the small blind. Nick checks his option out of the big blind, and 9-5 will go against King 7 here. And the flop is 7-5-7. And a check. The
Oh
turn
my.
is a 5. So now a full house for Nick, but Bill actually hit that 5 on the turn. And Nick's got to be just loving life right now. Just absolutely.
Well, Bill too, but little do they.
Yeah, I mean, this went from Bill flop to, he thinks he's just, I mean, this is, the train's coming down the tracks. There's nobody getting out of the way. Here comes the river.
Unless the third 5 or 7 comes. Why not?
Yeah,
Well,
here we go.
I suppose.
It's an all in and you have to call. Yeah. Oh, this is going to be bad. It's not so much the queen or king as it is the 7. And that's going to do it for Bill Madison.
Other players at the table reeling in disbelief
Wow.
that just happened.
And it's just a bad spot, but you're the short stack already. It's just you call out of the small blind because that's what you should do. You hit the flop and you're thinking, okay, this is great. Oh my gosh, I crushed the turn.
Gonna double up?
Well, no. It went from the best of times to the worst of times real quick there for Bill Madison from Fergus Falls, Minnesota, eliminated tonight in 5th place with $2,100. We now have 4 players remaining, and $2,800 is next for the 4th place finisher, then $3,550. Then we go up to $5,500 for second, and of course tonight's winner, $9,000 in cash at the Poker Brat Classic here at the Windbreak with Dakota Poker Tour.
Not sure what Cody's cards are, but he's reaching for some chips. Maybe wants to start some action around here. The bet is $425,000.
So now Jeremy in seed 7 is going to be our new short stack. Jeremy Schultz from Fargo, North Dakota. Action's over to Dale
Folliber. Nick did call with Jack 10 suited. Action over to Dale.
Dale was part of a group that said they actually came up here together to all come and play from Groton, South Dakota and Webster, South Dakota.
I think that trip is certainly paying off for him at this point.
It is, yeah. Although right now he's in a spot where he doesn't. It is an easy call for him because he does have, Jack 8. It's not a horrible hand. You know you're going to be the final action. No one's going to be raising behind you. So you make the call, and you know you're getting a good return on your money. It was just $275,000. There's now almost $1.5 million in the pot. That's a pretty easy call. But now you got to decide what's going to happen if you hit a piece of this, which he doesn't. But the flop is 7-3-4. And Cody in seat 5 hits a pair of 3s. He was already ahead with ace 3 and pulls further ahead. And Dale is going to try to make his play here. All right, so Dale checked, even though it looked like he was about to put out a bet. But that opened the door for Cody to make a bet with the best hand. And now Dale left to ponder. And I'm guessing the ponder will equal fold momentarily. And there it is, and Cody just continues to push, push, push. He's now got over 5 million in chips. Again, he started this final table as our chip leader. Made what is arguably a horrible call with calling off his entire stack, more or less. I think he was left with like 300,000.
It wasn't much.
It was quite amazing at the time when he was the chip leader. He had ace 10 had raised, got re-raised with ace queen and called it off, and obviously lost the hand and has worked his way back up. And here he is now back as the chip leader, I should say, with 4 players remaining.
But we didn't see him go on tilt. We didn't see him show any emotions. I mean, I'm sure he was kicking himself on the inside, but he's such a good player that he just trusts his instinct, and with a little bit of luck, of course, and look where he finds himself, back in the chip lead and in a commanding lead.
All right, after this hand, we are going to have a 15-minute break. Maybe a 10-minute break, it sounds like. 10-minute break.
Yeah, at this point, these players just kind of want a quick break. It's nice to stretch the legs,
Yeah,
rest your mind.
Let's just keep going. I would have even, if I'm in this position, I would even say, you know what, let's just take a 5-minute break, go to the bathroom, grab a little something to drink, and let's keep going here. I mean, it's already almost, getting to that point where it's 10 o'clock at night. You've been playing since noon earlier today. Yeah. They're not doing this on the regular. This is a side for all of them, and so.
We have had a tournament come down to the wee hours of the morning, speaking about 1:30. And at that point, it's, that's getting super tired, and the place closes. The establishment closes. So what do you do? So we definitely don't want to see that. We want to see some action, but that remains to be seen. What we'll see out of these 4 or 5 players.
All right, 4 players remaining. We are going to take a short break. Stay with us here on Facebook and on YouTube. And when we come back, the conclusion of the Poker Brat Classic here at the Windbreak in Fargo, North Dakota, with $9,000 for our winner coming later tonight here on Dakota Poker Tour. back to the fun. All right, so blinds up to 100 and 200,000, and the big blind with a 200,000 chip ante to go with that. Also a walk for our short stack.
Cody going into phase 21 of his plan and removing the face mask. He's ready for business.
All right, Dale raises to 525. And over to Nick with 8-6. Oh, Nick's going to call from the big blind. So now 1.4 million in the pot as we go to the flop. Flops 5, 6, 7, and a pretty darn quality flop there for Nick.
That is a $1 million plaque.
How about that?
I think this is the first time we're busting those out on tour. So not candy bars.
After the 1 million chip bet from Dale and all in from Nick.
Well, I was talking with Nick just during the break, and I said, "How are you feeling?" He said, "Good." And that's about all the farther we got in our conversation. But
so the difference between fourth place money and third place money is $2,800 for fourth and $3,550 for third. So significant amount between the fourth place and the third place finish. Of course, everyone wants to get all the way up to the top for the $9,000 first place prize. I mean, I know it hurts, but obviously if he would feel much better about his fold if he could see what he was up against.
yeah, and his game plan, he also said earlier, was to win it. So he's definitely still sticking to his game plan by folding that hand there.
So just kind of go around the table here again. Dale from Groton, South Dakota in seed 3. Then we got Cody from Oaks, North Dakota in seed 5. Jeremy from Fargo in seed 7. And Nick from Fargo in seed 9. All earning Player of the Year points here. Player of the Year for the Season X of the Dakota Poker Tour gets a free Player of the Year WSOP package worth $1,500. If you can manage to be the Player of the Year for Season X. All right, so Jeremy's going to fold over to Nick out of the small blind. And he's going to call. And there's going to be a raise coming from Dale. Might be all of them. Yep, he's going to move all in. And a fold from Nick. Thank you, everyone who is watching tonight, staying up and watching some poker from the Windbreak in Fargo. And thanks to the sponsors for making it happen, including Randy's Diner in Fargo on University Drive, and also the Windbreak, obviously the location where we're at here tonight for the Poker Brat Classic, benefiting the NPPA, which supports the Fargo Theater. So a great charity angle, as they always are with Dakota Poker Tour events. Thank you very much to comments here from Steve and from James for watching tonight. We appreciate that. And Steve is saying might want to change the chip count board. Yeah, we realize it's with the software that it's still showing that there are more players remaining than there is. But that's a technical thing that once they've been eliminated, you can't get back, or it's.
You can't automatically eliminate someone. That's where the human is smarter than the computer.
But nonetheless, thanks for watching. Thanks for being a part of it. And James says, fun watching, guys. Ignore the ridiculous hate out there. Well, thanks, James. I hadn't even seen ridiculous hate, just normal amounts of hate. Just normal
average.
hate. Yeah,
even
average.
subpar hate.
What's your chip count?
Seems like we're getting some new chip counts. Make sure they're at least a little bit more accurate. And, you know, with being back for the first time in about a year, there's always some kinks to work out. But, hey, let's just let's be happy we're back playing poker. We're live, and it's fun. We got a $9,000 prize pool to kick off or restart our DPT Season X. So it's all good things. And you know what? The best way to watch this is live. So come on down to the Windbreak and catch our final table action. So we have 4 players left.
Dale raises to 500,000. So he bets 500,000 of his 1.3 million that he had remaining. And it looks like he's going to pick up the blinds and antes. Again, blinds are 100 and 200 with the 200,000 chip ante from the big blind. So every hand, before anything else goes on, already has 500,000 chips in it. So
just like that.
Jeremy's all in. And over to Dale. These two pretty close, and Dale's going to make the call with Ace Jack, so it's Ace Jack versus King 5. And Jeremy, I believe, is at risk. The flop is 9-7 Ace. All right, and that's going to do it for Jeremy Schultz. He's been eliminated.
Great tournament for Jeremy. You know, playing all throughout yesterday and today, and then coming in and cashing in 5th place.
4th place.
4th
For
place.
$2,800.
He's going to sleep well tonight.
Yeah, that's a nice finish. Of course, you're going to be disappointed you didn't take it all down, but Jeremy Schultz outlasted, 130 some odd other players to get 4th place here tonight. So Jeremy Schultz from Fargo is our 4th place finisher. Now here's the top 3. 3rd place is $3,550. 2nd place is about $2,000 more than that at $5,500. And then 1st place is $9,000. So every time you're making decisions now, you're looking at around a $2,000 decision between 3rd and 2nd.
But if you're a veteran player, you can't really necessarily think about it that way. Kind of, but if you're thinking about it that way,
It's
you're
hard to get away from.
Right. But then you're not making maybe a solid play, or maybe you're not taking the opportunity when it presents itself because you're thinking that's another $2,000 more if I just hold out. But there's eventually a time where you got to make a move and of course catch a little bit of luck.
All right, so 3 players here, and Nick is going to start the action off on the button. Raises to $500,000 with Queen 9. And Cody, our chip leader, makes the call. So Queen 9 versus 5-4 to the flop. Flops Ace 5-6. Cody hits middle pair, or excuse me, bottom pair, and checks. And now over to Nick. And Nick will continue to push the action, raised pre-flop, betting here on the flop. Betting $400,000. And a call from Cody. So 3 of hearts comes on the turn as they go check, check, and the river is a 10. 10 of hearts. And it looks like Cody's ready to bet. Even though Nick's got himself the flush on the river. 500,000. And a call from Nick. Oh. Yeah, that check picked up the flush draw for Nick. And let him get there for free on the river. And it turns out to cost Cody a bunch of chips there. Again, more events coming up for Dakota Poker Tour, including next Sunday. You can come play some live poker, March 7th, Crossroads Tavern, Bismarck, North Dakota. And then the following Sunday, the Buff Bar in Jamestown, the Buffalo City Showdown. And then dates coming in April and also May in Tioga, North Dakota, Dickinson, North Dakota, and Valley City, North Dakota, as the Dakota Poker Tour continues Season X. You can find all the details at dakotapokertour.com for starting times, buy-ins, and a lot of fun. Get out and play some poker here this spring. It's been a long time coming. That's for sure. right, so Cody raises here to 1.5 million, and it looks like Dale's calling. All right, so heads up with Cody and Dale, and we've got King 10 suited versus Pocket Jacks, and here's the flop. It is 8, 7, 10. And this could be bad news for Dale. Dale goes all in, gets a call from Cody. All right, so not over yet. Cody's got a sweat here if he wants to eliminate Dale. All right, here comes the turn. Turns a 4, and so now it's down to 4 outs for Dale to stay alive. Doesn't find one, and Cody's going to be the winner.
He would have caught 2 pair there.
Except it was the
diamond.
wrong king. Yep. Yeah, that obviously that flush with the diamond draw significantly cut down the amount of outs that he had, and that's going to be it for my guy, Dale from Groton, South Dakota, my old stomping grounds in South Dakota. Congratulations to Dale, home of the Groton area Tigers.
Oh, you're a Tiger.
Yeah, class of 1995. Yep. Good times.
Well, good tournament to Dale. Absolutely. He seemed like a pretty strong player, and just it's that time of the tournament where you just got to kind of roll the dice.
And if he came here with some other people to play from the Groton area, from Groton and Webster, came up here to Fargo to play. If he had to last longer, he also scored a little bit more money there. So I'm sure his poker buddies, that's what we always did. I'm sure that there's some last longer money that might be coming his way too.
Yeah.
Or maybe an agreement that if any of us are going to cash, we're going to share a percentage. That might also be in play.
Hopefully no one staked him, because then Dale should have been able to get that in on himself. But, yeah, nonetheless, beers on Dale and all the Groton people who came up here.
All right, so now 3 players remaining, 9,000 for first, 55 for second, and 35.50 for third here at the Poker Brat Classic at the Windbreak.
Players are requesting a break because they need to use the restroom. Good sound. Dana. 300,000 is the bet. C9 full. 7 of diamonds. 2 gentlemen will need to use the restroom very quickly. Inside. Count your chips real quick, gentlemen, before you go to the bathroom.
Did have a question come in from Michael Headland. He says, who was Chris Keller, guys? Sorry, just has caused some confusion because there's another Chris Keller from Bismarck who also plays poker. My answer, I don't know who you're talking about, but there's maybe more than one Chris Keller in this world that does play poker, and he may be the one from Bismarck that you're talking about. So that's the best we can do on that answer.
Oh, shit.
Update on Chris Keller. No, that is who the poker tournament is for. My apologies.
Yeah, it looks like Chris passed away back in November, from cancer, and was a longtime blackjack dealer working at Prairie Knights Casino. And yeah, the tournament next weekend going to be benefiting his family. So yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
You know, we work it out. And everyone taking a bathroom break. Okay.
We did just have a break. I guess he was probably the worst kid in the car growing up. Going on a road trip with the family.
Don't make me turn this car around. If I have to stop one more time.
Looks like we are going to take a quick break since we're down to the final two. Probably 3? God.
Final 3.
To go, seat 5. Seat 5 calls.
It's been a long time, a long wait, and poker players around the area and beyond. We're all about playing here, and it's been a really, really fun couple of days here at the Windbreak in Fargo.
Seat 9 checks. Seat 5 checks. Seat 9 checks. Seat 5 checks.
A lot of checking, a lot of checking.
Seat 9 checks.
Cody Slusher is going to put an end to all that checking.
400,000. Seat 9 calls.
He is going to win. Cody is our chip leader. He started this final table with a slight chip lead. He was the chip leader coming down to 9 players. Lost that very early on. Actually went down to having less than 5 big blinds.
It wasn't much.
And has worked his way all the way back here to being one of the 3 players remaining. You know, it's funny, the last time that we had this event, if Cody would have walked in to play cards like that, with the hat pulled down, the sunglasses on, and the face mask, would not be allowed to play.
No, really?
Oh, yeah, casinos would. No, you could not cover your face like that. It's just funny to think of where we're at now and
Yeah,
what
all
life
you could
is.
Really just need the slits of your eyes showing is what you could do. No need to have a good poker face when it's all covered. Maybe now's the time I can get into poker live. Because I smile all the time.
All right, so we had a raise and a call. And here's the flop, deuce, 7, ace with a couple of spades. All right, Nick bet 400,000. You got a fold.
Now, if Cody takes this down, he is in a absolutely commanding lead of the DPT point standing, because he's in third place
Yeah,
now?
currently third place as it starts. Yep. He's in third place behind Eric Johnson and Brandon Dosh for Player of the Year.
And not much farther behind, so...
No, so this will put him into first place, but the question is, whether or not it's going to be as a second place finisher this week or as a winner this week.
Of course.
Will make all the difference. All right, so a raise and a call. Cody with a flush draw here, and Nick with nothing. And so Cody's just going to continue to apply the pressure here, and that's one of the things. If you start heads-up poker and you've got a 2-to-1 chip lead, you can do that. Now, blinds are high. They're 100 and 200,000, so your standard raise is going to be up to, 450, 500,000.
Nick seems like he's been flying under the radar this whole tournament. Not much that's happened, I guess, on the final table, and somehow he's found into second place. He's sitting on payoff.
Possible big hand developing here.
Cody maybe just wanting to see a flop.
And Nick is raising. Min raises to 400,000.
Trying to suck just a little bit more out of that chip stack to chip away.
And here's the flop. It's 5-7-4.
5-4 ace.
Excuse me, ace 4-5. So 400,000 here, the bet from Nick. Cody calls.
Still applying the pressure. If Cody was maybe willing to call on the flop, perhaps throw it down on the turn as well and see what happens.
Yeah, for some reason the chip graphics or the card graphics are wrong. The flop was 5-7-4 and the turn was a queen.
Oh.
So we got an ace that's showing up there that shouldn't be there. And the river, I can't see. 1.1 million the bet from Nick on the river. And a fold. The deuce came on the river.
So that evens it up a little bit more for Nick.
For sure. I mean, he was, kind of sitting around that 2-1 chip dog, but there you win almost 2 million and gets you right back to almost even business here. At the start of the night, Nick had 1.8 million and Cody had 2.37 million. And these are the last two standing. Cody from Oaks, North Dakota, and Nick from Fargo, North Dakota.
It's definitely fun to see a lot more action. Heads up, usually it's just a fold and the hand moves on to the next one. But we're seeing a little bit of betting coming out pre-flop and seeing some flops. So it definitely makes for some more interesting poker at this point in the game.
I'm a fan when it comes to heads up is that I don't, if it's good enough for me to call, I'm going to raise. If I'm playing out of the small blind on the button, if it's good enough for me to call, I'm usually going to raise. Otherwise, I'm just going to fold and move on to the next hand. You know, like here with Jack Deuce. Like, do you really want to play Jack Deuce? I mean, do you really want to play it? Or do you, you call, and if somebody just limps in on me, usually I'm going to be raising them almost every time.
Well, and your range of hands that you would play heads up probably expands quite a bit, knowing there's only 4 cards that are dealt in the beginning.
Auntie, please. That's what the computer lady said.
She does. Yeah, they're on.
$100,000 to go, seat 9. Seat 9 raises. Actions at 400,000. Seat 5 calls.
All right, so we got a raise pot here with now $1 million in the middle. And flop is ace, deuce, deuce.
Actions on seat 5.
Cody checks. Now to Nick.
Seat 9 bets 400,000.
400,000 the bet and a fold.
Seat 5 folds. Button move.
Suppose having them be more even chip stacks it's not really a all in or nothing type of situation. There is a little bit more wiggle room to play some poker, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, 5,500 for the second place finisher and 9,000 for the winner tonight. Splitting up this $33,000 prize pool, which was a great return for Dakota Poker Tour here at the Windbreak, and a great evening supporting the Northern Prairie Performing Arts. And so a great charity aspect is going to be benefiting here this evening as well.
I believe this is a record-breaking prize pool, or at least a first-place prize. At least as far as I can remember, I've never seen a $9,000 prize pool. I think last year might have been around 7,000, so we at least broke that record.
All right, so we got a raise pot once again. Nick with another big hand. Flop is ace, 10, ace.
Action's on seat 9.
And here comes Nick in seat 9.
9 bets, 400,000.
And that, well, oh boy.
Seat 5 calls.
So Cody calls, maybe setting up something that's going to be happening here on the turn now. Cody, obviously, I mean,
drawing dead.
King high, it's not good. But Nick's going to continue to apply the pressure.
Seat 9 bets, 500,000.
I feel like when the dealer says bet amounts like that, he needs to put his pinky to his mouth.
And wow, Cody is making a play here at the turn. But I just,
oh, and a call.
It's going to be tough to convince Nick that he's got one of those aces. And the turn is a 7. So we'll
Check. Seat 5 check.
they both check.
Seat 9 turns over king and has declared himself the winner.
And just like that, Nick is now our chip leader. Cody has lost the chip lead with some ill-advised king 3 play there. I mean, if you were going to try to make that play, you really had to try to shut it down on the turn.
In that situation, it's kind of a jam or nothing.
Yeah, you got called on the turn. It's like, well, if I'm going to rep that I got one of those aces, I want him to call with a big hand, but I want him also to think about having to lay down a big hand. Well, that was, he gave it a run, and it just didn't work out for him. And so now Cody back to second in chips, and our chip leader Nick from Fargo in seed 9.
Seat 9 calls. Seat 5 is declared raised, 200,000 to 400,000, excuse me. Seat 9 folds. Button move. Action's on seat 5, 100,000 to call. Seat 5 calls. Seat 9 checks. 4 heads up to the flop. Seat 9 checks.
Cody makes top pair with 8 deuce.
5 bets 400,000.
He bets 400,000, and Nick quickly folds.
Kind of get the sense that they are not looking to just call it a day and take home 5,500.
Yeah, no, that the difference in between the pay of 4,500, it'll make you think about it a little bit. Blinds are still at 100 and 200,000. They're going to be going up pretty quickly here.
It's the difference between a new car and a new jet ski.
I don't go here on spectators. Yeah.
Actions at 100,000, seat 9.
Think I'd rather have the car. There's more time to use it.
Yeah. And a car with snow tires, because apparently it is snowing like crazy outside.
Ah. Okay.
Let's hope Cody got himself a hotel room. He can definitely afford one now, instead of driving all the way back to Oaks, North Dakota.
Three, 3 on the flop.
Seat 5, checks. Seat 9, checks. 3 of spades, 3 of hearts, 3 of diamonds. Correct.
Queen of diamonds on the turn.
Seat 5, checks. Seat 9, checks.
And they both check the turn. Here comes the river. 8 on the river, and Cody's going to bet 300K.
Do you think he could have gotten more value out of that other than 300,000?
No, I think that was probably as much as you're going to get there. I mean, Nick calling with just king high was simply trying to pick off a bluff.
Right.
So I think, yeah, Cody's probably pretty fortunate that he got paid there. And look at the chip counts, 6.6 million to 6.4 million. We're back to even between these two. So each of them now have had a chance as being the chip leader one time, and they're more or less back to even now.
But if anyone would know, Nick, it would be you, that you would have button twice.
Oh, no. No. I'd be the last person to know. I made that mistake like 8 times the final table.
Actions at 100,000 to seat 5. Seat 5 calls. Seat 9.
Attention players.
Blinds
The
up
blinds
next
have
hand.
changed. The small blind is 150,000
flop.
and the big blind is 300,000. And the ante is 300,000.
Seat 9 checks.
So a call and a check on the flop, or on pre-flop, 2 checks on the flop. Now 5 on the turn.
Seat 9 checks. Seat 5 checks.
There you go, check, check. So here comes the river.
Seat 9 checks. Seat 5 bets 400,000.
And just like that,
Folds.
yet another win for Cody. And now he takes the chip lead back.
150, 300.
6.8 million to 6.2 million. Again, our winner tonight, 9,000, and second place is 5,500. Thank you very much to the tonight's sponsors for making this happen, Randy's Diner, and obviously the Windbreak, where we're at tonight for the Poker Brat Classic. And it's been a long time since live poker has been played in Fargo, and happy that this tournament is happening. And thanks to all of the support and players from all over, not just Fargo-Moorhead, but all over the region. Minneapolis, Twin Cities, Fergus Falls, South Dakota, a bunch of players came up from there too.
Looks like a bet of 450,000, but that is not enough if he wants to play.
Yeah, blinds are up at now 150 and 300,000, with the 300,000 ante as well from the big blind.
Calls. We're heads up to the flop.
flop is 8-6-5.
6 of diamonds, 5 of spades, 9 of diamonds. Actions on C5. 400,000 is the bet.
400K the bet from Cody.
C9 folds.
And Nick folds.
Nick doesn't really show signs of any fatigue or being tired. He's definitely in it for the long haul here. You know, he's probably looking at, it's almost 11. I got 3 hours left to grind out. The veteran, DPT veteran of Cody Slusher.
Actions on C5. 150,000 to call. C5 calls. C9 checks his option.
All right, so a call and a check. And Nick with pocket threes. Let's see what happens after the flop. It's 3, 5, 8, so a set of threes for Nick.
Checks. C5 checks.
And they both check the flop. Here comes the turn. There's an ace.
C9 checks.
Nick checking, hoping that Cody caught something. Hasn't happened yet. The river's a 4. So Nick's now got a bet. He's going to try to get some money out of this.
C9 bets. 500,000. C5 folds. And proceeds to move the button.
We're really just waiting for any one of these two to kind of catch a hand at the same time. We really haven't seen many bluffs today. I can't even think of a single bluff that stands out in my mind.
Yeah, not really. I mean, big where it was a situation where, you know, one player was so outmatched and got the other one to fold a real quality hand.
So maybe we'll see that heads up, and that might be, you know, the deciding factor in this game here.
Again, Dakota Poker Tour next Sunday, going to be at Crossroads Tavern in Bismarck. First trip to Bismarck for Dakota Poker Tour. Excited to be there next week. And then the following Sunday, 2 weeks from today, March 14th, Bluff Bar, Jamestown, North Dakota, at Buffalo City Showdown. That event's coming up in April and May in Tioga, North Dakota, Dickinson, North Dakota, and Valley City Eagles Club. Find all the details at dakotapokertour.com.
So we're going to see a flop here.
C5 checks. C9 bets 600,000. C5 folds. Actions on C5, 150,000 to call. C5 calls. C9 checks. 4 heads up to the flop.
Just no real big hands and hits on the flop. It just, you know, right now they're
9 bets.
just kind of treading water a little bit here with starting hands. And
C5 folds.
players more or less taking turns betting and taking one, blinds down or small raises down.
At least we're seeing flops. I know we've gone through stretches in the past where everything is pre-flop and everyone folds or whatever, and the dealer's got to get tired of shuffling at some point.
Yeah, I would say the dealer got tired of shuffling probably about 4 hours ago, is what I'm guessing.
But luckily we have one of our most veteran dealers, Matt Jensen, right now, and his fingers don't tire. He's a mad shuffler.
$150,000 to go, seat 9. Seat 9 folds. Raised to 600,000 from seat 5.
Oh, wow. Here we go. Cody raises with Queen 9 to 600,000. Nick's got a premium hand. Is he going to re-raise or call? I would say re-raise.
Seat 9 re-raises
Yeah.
to 1.4 million.
He's not messing around.
No, up to 1.4.
Seat 5 is declared all in.
Wow,
Here
we
we
got
go.
an all-in. And we got a call.
And
Here we go.
All in and call.
All right.
Seat 9.
Fans are standing in anticipation for the flop, as you can see in the background.
Whole place is on pins and needles. Here we go. The flop is 5 deuce tray.
Perfect for Nick. He's loving this right now. Cody's hoping for a queen and a queen only.
It's down to 3 outs. And a 4 on the river. It's not going to do it. And Cody has been eliminated. And congratulations. Nick is our 2021 Poker Brat Classic champion here at the Windbreak.
Great tournament for both these players. 100%.
And for Cody, you know what? You really got to hand it to Cody that he came to this table as a chip leader, lost it very early on, was down to a very short stack, less than 5 big blinds, I believe, is all he had left, and to battle all the way back and be right there at the very end to take second place tonight. That's got to feel good when you were, that close to being eliminated early on.
Yeah, just a slim margin before you're gone, and he comes all the way back.
Yeah. He sat down as the chip leader and literally was almost the first guy knocked off the final table at 9 players.
He stuck to the plan.
Wow, the plan. It worked out. I don't know if you want to buy that book. You better have some blood pressure medication.
It's the slusher strategy.
But congratulations to both of these two players on playing and doing very well here tonight at the Poker Brat Classic at the Windbreak. Again, join us next couple of Sundays. Events coming up in Bismarck next Sunday and then Jamestown the following Sunday. For all the details on start times, buy-ins, and all of that you need to know, just go to DakotaPokerTour.com.